Good day, everyone. I am Annele Mtembu, one of the facilitators for Breakaway Room 3. I hope everyone is well and welcome to World Planning Day 2021, Breakaway Room 3, promoting healthy cities, balancing community needs with planning and the environment. The promotion of healthy cities and balancing the needs of communities is the order of the day, and planning as a profession is sought to bring about the built forms that are harmonious and contribute to the overall well-being of the citizens and the environment. This breakaway room focuses on three key tenets in relation to the promotion of healthy cities, namely inclusivity, health and well-being, as well as sustainability. Inclusivity means to be part of something, to be included. As a tenet of this breakaway, it refers to cities that are designed to be non-discriminatory by means of religious tolerance, gender sensitivity, socio-economic welfare, and a general sense that the city belongs to all that are part of it. Health and well-being are often overlooked in the design of cities, and creating spaces that are conducive for human existence is what planners must do and advocate for. It is significant for planners to rethink policy and practice concerning health and well-being to address various health-related challenges experienced by citizens in cities. Sustainability will explore all the facets of human existence to interrogate innovative means of living that implores sustainable practices in all that we do. Today, we'll have 4 guest speakers that will be part of our breakaway room session, and my co-facilitator, Mrs. Prashina Mohangi, will present all of them as I will switch my video off now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Annele, and a very warm welcome to all of our colleagues to Room 3, where we are going to be speaking about health and well-being in cities. And I think more than ever since COVID, and here in KZN since the unrest that we've had in July, we have now been propelled to think a little bit harder around healthy cities and well-being. So this breakaway room aims to do just that. We are graced with 4 very highly specialized speakers who are coming in from various disciplines to give us some perspective on the subject matter. I'm going to just switch off my camera for bandwidth so that we don't have any trouble. And I just am going to give a short overview in terms of who the speakers are. And just before each of our speakers presents, I will then go through a detailed bio. So today we are joined by, firstly by Professor Brij Maharaj. Professor Maharaj is a senior professor of geography. He's also a very highly rated NRF researcher, and he's from the School of Agriculture, Earth and Environmental Sciences at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. We are also joined by Professor Catherine Sutherland, who is an associate professor in the School of the Built Environment and Development Studies at the University of KwaZulu-Natal as well. We are also joined by our third speaker, Mr. Manfred Schreck, who is the chairman of CORP, and CORP stands for Competence Center for Urban and Regional Planning. He's also a researcher, and he's a lecturer as well at the Technical University of Vienna. And lastly, we are joined by Professor Sofia Mokado, who is a lecturer as well at the School of Architecture and the University of Lisbon. So a very warm welcome to our presenters and our audience. I want to now hand over to Annele. Will you just, oh, okay, great. Now I see Professor Maharaj ready to speak, perfect. Welcome, Prof. I want to give the audience, I want to recognize you first and thank you for joining us. And before you give us some perspective, and I know Professor Maharaj from the network that I am in is a very highly trained researcher around human geography, comes very highly recommended. And like I said, he is a senior professor of geography. He also served as the discipline chair, the head of department, deputy dean, and acting HOS. He has received widespread recognition for his research on urban politics, mega events, segregation, LED, which is local economic development, xenophobia and human rights, migration, religion, philanthropy, and development. And he is very well published, over 150 scholarly articles in renowned journals. And those of you that read quite widely, you'll know that journals like Urban Studies and the International Journal of Urban and Regional Studies is something that we often go to for knowledge. He's also published in Political Geography, Urban Geography, Geoforum, Migration and Development. He is a member of the Academy of Science of South Africa. He's a chairperson of the South African National Committee of the International Geography Union and the former president of the Society of South African Geographers. Professor Maharaj is also a member of the International Geography Union's Honors and Awards Committee. He was the co-editor of the South African Geographical Journal. He's also the consulting editor of the Journal of Immigration and Refugee Studies. And, he's also served on the editorial boards of Journal of Urban Affairs, Geoforum, Indian Ocean Survey, and quite a number of others. He is also a regular commentator on topical issues. And just last week, he published an article on the celebration of Deepavali, which was celebrated by Hindus in the main, but not limited to Hindus across the world. Professor Maharaj, welcome to Room 3 and over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Prashina, for that very long and generous introduction. Greetings to my colleagues on the panel, Kathy, Sophia and Manfred. And thanks to Anela Mthembu, one of my former students, for this invitation. Our last was invited to a city event, was by Bongo Musa Zondo, another one of my former students. So I guess we work in 5-year cycles, so 5 years ago. So we are speaking on the occasion of International Planning Day, and I sometimes tell my students, I wonder whether planning is an oxymoron. Does planning happen? If it really works, if planning works, and we should be living in some kind of paradise. Thanks to the city, and I think Salga, our host today, I'm going to share my screen. I hope I can find the right presentation. Yep, okay, got it. Okay, I hope you can see the slides. So
yes,
the title, yeah, thank you, that's great. So the title of the presentation, it looks long, a lot of pictures, Contradictions in Durban's Aspirations to be Africa's Most Caring and Livable City. At the outset, I think I want to state that, so the definition of well-being comes from Anela's document a few weeks ago. So well-being is based on social and physical well-being as well as mental health to create cities that are considerate of the challenges that the citizens face. So in terms of terminology, you'll find well-being, livability, quality of life are used interchangeably, but there is a difference between quality of life and quality of living. And this differentiation comes up from the Mercer classification. I'll talk about that later. The notion that the quality of life is personal and subjective, and the quality of living looks at objective criteria such as safety, security, health, transport, adequate housing, and so on. So the concept of livability emerged at Habitat 2 in '96. It's clearly closely linked with sustainability and and the subjective well-being and quality of life research. It has also been viewed as an umbrella or an ensemble concept, which is linked to complex characteristics of states, including sustainability, quality of life and place, and healthy communities. You cannot abstract livability from economic prosperity, environmental quality, placemaking and governance. And I'll be talking about placemaking and governance later. On all of these have to be connected into a coherent development framework or strategy. And you'll find that academics, planners, policymakers are increasingly looking at livability because the notion that individuals have a right to livable spaces. Now, the South African State of Cities report in 2006 referred to the capacity of cities to exclude, marginalize, and reinforce patterns of inequality and create insiders and outsiders. My submission is that this scenario persists in 2021, and I'll be illustrating that briefly with regard to Durban. The first section of this presentation focuses on indicators of livability and different permutation. And in the second section, I will be actually looking at socioeconomic trends and indicators, the development trajectory, the Mercer Quality of Life Survey, and governance and corruption in the city, which deviates from the whole agenda of creating a livable city. Since we're talking on Planners Day, well, we should, I don't know whether the planners here will agree that Howard's Garden City concept was one of the initial concepts calling for livability. And then I go down the order looking at 96 and sustainable development and how livability became more prominent in urban planning lexicon. The World Bank came out in 1996 with this classification in terms of indicators of livability, looking at basic services, health and environmental issues, and then finance. What's important here is partnership for civic action and democratic decision-making. The geographer, Michael Douglas, has done a lot of work, and you'll see I refer to his work quite a bit here. He then looked at those indicators and divided into three categories. He looked at personal well-being, environmental well-being, and life worlds. And once again, active citizen participation and governance are critical issues for our presentation today. Then another category, which I'm not going to go into details, comes from the publication, the international publication, Economist. And they have a global livability index developed by the what is called the Economist's intelligence unit. And they have a category called stability, which refers to crime, prevalence of violent crime, military conflict, and unrest. Now, I brought this in against the background of the events of July that occurred in our province and especially in our city. I'm not going to go into all the details here, but there are different categories of economic, social, environmental classifications that collectively lead to concepts of livability. Once again, Michael Douglas then tries to apply these different categories into developing a progressive city or progressive governance, which I think Durban also aspires to, and that takes me straight into Durban's development strategy. It wants to be inclusive, well-governed, productive, and sustainable. Great bullet points. So this started in '98. It's a great vision. There's the issue of looking at the basics, competitiveness, and then looking at integration to link people, plans, and budgets into the IDPs, integrated development plans. And of course, these largely remain in tick box exercises in my view, and people are forgotten. You find quite often in Durban's document, there's this aspiration to be world-class. And when you try to disaggregate that, you find that world-class often means comparison with New York, London, and Paris, rather than, say, looking at say, Nairobi or Mumbai or Dar es Salaam. So Durban's goal was always to be Africa's most caring city. Now that's, we heard this phrase. Initially, the target was that it would reach it by 2020. And now it's 2030. And I suspect in 5 years' time, we're going to say by 2040, Durban is going to be Africa's most caring city. So we continuously change the goalposts when we don't meet the target. And once again, these are the different facets of sustainability in terms of safety, accessibility, and environmentally sustainable cohesiveness, etc. So Durban does a series of socioeconomic studies, and in 2005 they came out with what is called Durban's Quality of Life Indicators, and I'm referring here to one in particular: dissatisfaction with basic services. So only 31% were satisfied, 69% were dissatisfied. We know that's gone higher. So I'm using this because we all just come out of the local government election. We've seen the reports, the commentary, the media information, etc., that there is a total disaster with regard to provision of basic services, especially for poor communities, right? And then the other big issue is safety. Durban is seen to be a very unsafe city. And in 2005, we found the Durban CBD, for example, was one of the most unsafe parts of the city. And then the different townships were seen to be unsafe. The jewel of the city is the Durban beachfront. I mean, try going to the Durban beachfront after 5 o'clock, except for the week between Christmas and New Year's, if you see anyone there. So there's clearly a neglect. I think it's a very deliberate neglect of core areas of the city. And in terms of looking at the CBD, the decline of the CBD is an indictment on the management of the city. This is 2020, some 2020 figures. The most important here is that 41% of the city's population live below the poverty line. And then, sorry, this is getting blocked, that there are 8,800 child-headed households in the city. The unemployment figure is, I think that's wrong. Yeah, I think it's higher, right? Then there was this community survey in 2016, which is the last reliable survey that I picked up, where you find that 13.3% of the households live in shacks. You've got 42% of the households headed by women. I think that's a very important stats, and we know the challenges that women face. And in 2016, there were 3,000 households headed by children. So you can see that the increase in almost 5 years is by about 5,000. Only 60% had piped water inside the house. I think 40% didn't have it. And then 29% did not have toilet facilities in the houses. Very basic. The crime stats are from 2011 to 2018. It's suggesting a decline, but we know that since then there's an upward trajectory. I don't have the time to go into detail. Now, looking at Durban's development trajectory, it's largely been a focus on orientation towards mega projects, and you know them. Ushaka, the ICC, the airports, etc. And what's the reality? So the Moses Mabhida Stadium, it cost 35 million a year to keep it empty. There was a plan to build a mall in the Warwick Avenue area, which would have resulted in loss of 8,000 lives. We managed to save that. And then there's a whole toxic development in South Durban, whereby attrition and slow violence, it's likely that 140,000 people could possibly be displaced. And meanwhile, what do we deal with? We're bailing out Ushaka every year. So the last bailout was 160 million rand. So the mega projects are not really working. So what are some of the criticisms of the mega projects? There's increasing social spatial polarization, lack of public participation, cost overruns, overestimation of profits, and underestimation of cost. This article here from Toyota, this was in yesterday's Business Times as I was working on my presentation. And what does Toyota want from the city? Peace and dependable power. Now we know we've got a power issue. But on the right-hand side, on the letterhead, this was from Toyota Motor Corporation in Japan at the height of these July unrest. This letter was sent to the mayor, asking them, and it was widely publicized as well, saying, listen, are you prepared to provide the safety and security for us as business operators to continue doing our work, or do we pull out? Imagine if Toyota pulled out of Devon, what's the consequences? Against the doom and the gloom, you find that Devon has lots of awards. It's an award-winning city. I don't know what's the 7 Wonders Award, etc. We obviously celebrate awards, although we question, what they mean. So in 2015, Devon was named the city with the highest quality of life. So in 2015, 2016, and 2017, I think. That means it had a better quality of life than Cape Town and Johannesburg. And this was done by an international company called Mercer. Now, what's important in this study is that with this survey, it's a survey of expats. That means the foreign professionals from New York and London, etc., who are staying in Zimbabwe and Mount Ishcombe and Billito and Hillcrest. These are all former privileged white apartheid group areas which continue to thrive as citadels of exclusivity. Without a hint of irony, the then mayor, Zandila, says, this proved that the eThekwini municipality has one of Africa's best delivery programs and continues to make a positive impact on the lives of its people. The municipality's new radical economic transformation aims to accelerate service delivery. Now, this survey, this ranking had nothing to do with service delivery, etc., for poor people. It was largely for expats who are earning in dollars, pounds, and euros. Having referred to the former mayor, the crux of our challenges in the city, we know that it's governance and corruption, and it's linked. It started a long time ago. Between 2009 and 2011, we had a series of independent investigations, forensic audits, etc., which emphasized mismanagement, irregular expenditure, tender procurement, etc. And we've done a lot of studies in this area. Come to 2017, the Auditor General finds that 377 tenders were awarded with fraudulent documents. 2019, the mayor is charged for corruption, and then you have the city manager, former city manager in trouble, etc. So what does corruption do? You find that basic services such as refuse collection, access to housing and water, public transport are not provided for poor citizens who are forced to take to the streets to protest about poor service delivery. Now, in this whole issue of looking at well-being and livability, what's the missing links, certainly in Durban? First of all, you find there's almost zero public participation. Quite often it's tokenistic, tick box exercises. There's little or no civic mobilization, except we have one organization, and I should mention it, South Durban Community Environment Alliance. They do an amazing amount of work. Of course, there was a very deliberate demobilization of civil society, and that has its own consequences. And then the third one is environmental degradation, which I'm illustrating on the slides here. So in South Durban, the old Claywood Racecourse was the Green Lounge, and it was the space for people to gather should there be a crisis because of the toxic type of activities there. So the So that race course is gone. There's no replacement. Where will people gather if there's a crisis? And there have been a crisis. So on the 4th of December last year, there was this explosion at the Engine refinery, which was heard around the city. On the bottom right of my slide, Richard Hall, and I think he's a journalist, put this on this morning. He posted this. No one's home at municipality as raw sewage pours into the Devon Harbour. Phones aren't answered. Where are all the civil servants whose salaries we pay? These are the real challenges that affect livability for the poor people in our city. So the conclusion, livable for whom? This is a quotation from Professor Ashwin Desai from UJ. He's allowed me to use this. All you need, this is what he's saying, all you need is to drive down Quality Street. The smoke that killed 3 people still hangs low. The potholes make you go even slower. The trucks pile up on top of each other. The hostels run down. The flat corners already have men congregating with nowhere to go. The children pack their asthma pumps. The whole idea of quality of life is an oxymoron because it slides into numbers, into mysticism, into meaninglessness. I can understand the inequality of life, but really to assess the quality of life is to already participate in the charade of hand-wringing and number washing. So Durban has been variously promoted as South Africa's most livable city, Africa's best governed city, a sporting mecca, a premier tourist destination, the city of mega projects, the Dubai of Africa, with aspirations to be Africa's most caring city, a goalpost that changes regularly. But for the poor and the disadvantaged, Durban is also one of South Africa's most polluted cities, the toxic cocktail in the South Durban Basin, and more recently, the UPL incident spells it out. There's got to be a serious independent inquiry into what happened in Konubia. The poor are also targets of state-sponsored physical and structural violence as the city pursues its neoliberal development trajectory to appeal to national and international capital. Durban is grappling with a political vision it has set itself to create livable environments and at the same time to attract investments and promote economic growth in the city. Compromise favors business interests at the expense of those considered to be poor and marginalized. Greater emphasis should be placed on policies that sustain growth through redistribution. This can be done by implementing linkage policies with guarantees that benefits are channeled directly to disadvantaged communities. This would ensure that problems such as housing shortages, lack of services and infrastructure, and the expansion of informal settlements around the city can be alleviated. Participation of people in the planning process is critical. This could well produce a livable city for the poor. Thank you. I think I just made my time.
Thank you so much, Professor Maharaj. Very powerful presentation indeed. And it brings to light so many challenges that we are experiencing, not only in the city of Durban, but perhaps even in cities across the world, and also in secondary cities in the province of KZN. I want to, before we open up for questions and answers, I just want us to, perhaps if you could just share some light on this notion of public participation. I think it was amplified during COVID when municipalities were struggling to adopt their single land use schemes, which was a requirement by the Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Act. And one of the things that stopped municipalities or prevented municipalities from meeting this compliance was this public participation process. And like you were saying, it's a tokenistic activity for most municipalities. But my question is, we've been in this democracy for a number of years now. And year in and year out, we tend to focus on rewriting the same problem with no solution initially. Why haven't we, as practitioners, dwelled into this public participation domain and at least tried to add value to this debate? Why is it that something like public participation constantly comes up in all of our discussions? And I really do believe that if we had to do public participation well, And if it was not an activity or in a process plan, like if you look at the IDP process plan, and I know that public participation is just an activity in that process plan. But if we had instilled this culture of participation from the onset, and it's a fluid process, will that not something like that work for us? Or what are your thoughts around this public participation in terms of how do we get it going? Prof, if you can just maybe shed some light on that, and then we can move to some questions and answers. Thank you.
Thanks, Prashina. That's, that question, we need another seminar to address it. And I think maybe we should make these seminars more often. I actually think, and there's a tension here between the politicians, the bureaucrats, and the planners. Quite frankly, I think the bureaucrats and the politicians are actually afraid of public participation, because a lot of decisions are pre-mediated. That means a decision was taken to relocate the Durban airport, for example. The decision was made. Yet if you look at it, the Durban airport, they knew the King Shaka airport is totally, even before COVID, was underutilized, never reached its potential, etc. It was fast-tracked for FIFA 2010. Let's talk about FIFA. I mean, the stadiums, half the stadiums are crumbling. So I would take Durban, I tell my students, 36 million rands a year to keep it empty. And that's a flagship project. What could be, and remember, the project was 3.1 billion, I think. The cost of all the stadiums doubled without any public participation process, without any consultation. Durban bid for Commonwealth Games 2022. And you might have read my views on that. Who was consulted when that was done? So unless there's a sense to say we scrap our plans and let's go to the community now, what do you want? And you'll be surprised. People are saying we want some water. And if you look at it in the hierarchy of schemes, water is very basic and very simple. But we put the money into the stadium, which may have to be imploded. I tell my students in class, listen, they ask me what's the solution. I said, we're wasting our money. What do you do with it? So we're creating these white elephants. And we have created projects that are continuously subsidized. The ICC, all of these projects that were post-1994 projects, they make the city look good, etc., but they're very costly and they don't generate the type of multipliers that were initially promised. And then if you're looking, just go back to the FIFA and Commonwealth Games, you'll find that the KPMGs and the Deloittes and the Pricewaterhouse, those are the people who are now promoting these ideas, and the city buys into them. When they fail or they're not successful, do you go back to them and say, hey guys, you messed up, we want our money back, or you misled us? So we really got to ask ourselves, is there a pact between a corporate, political, bureaucratic elite that's deciding what happens in the city, and the rest of us are just following? And there is no genuine participation and consultation. Now, I agree you can't talk to everybody, but you have Abishlali. If you just Google Abishlali and see the clash that they've had with the city authorities, their members get arrested, they end up in jail, etc. Why is the city afraid to talk to them? South Durban Community Environment Alliance, there's Desa and his group of people who do amazing work. So we need to work with genuine civic organizations, and they're going to tell you what you don't want to hear. That's the problem. I think we are afraid to hear what we don't want to hear. Unless we do that, we're not going to solve the problem.
Yeah,
it's a political problem. It's a political issue. Hopefully, after the mess of how the political parties did, they may say, "Listen, we have to stop trying to manipulate people. The poor cannot be herded like sheep. They can think for themselves, and they know what they want."
Prof, thank you so much. I think critical to what you were saying is that perhaps practitioners and politicians are afraid of the outcome, of the actual outcome of proper engagement. And perhaps that's the real problem, because the power does lie with the people. And once we move past fixing my pothole and my street light and providing the water and the electricity, my basic necessities, I'm going to start questioning other things because I'm capacitated to do so. And I think also we don't give, sometimes local government is criticized for not being forthcoming with information. Because people read, and now with social media and access to internet, people are reading a lot more. The fact that we're even talking about co-production today as the general theme for World Planning Day goes to show that people are also tired of waiting for services.
I'll give you one positive example. So in the COVID period, when Devon's got a lot of publicity about that catering for the homeless, but Devon didn't do it. It was a partnership with the faith sector. The Dennis Haley Center at the Grey Street Mosque, the different Hindu bodies and Jewish organizations. So the faith sector came in and they are doing the work actually. So when you work with the NGO, the civic sector, etc., you certainly can be, you have greater impact, and you find that there isn't money disappearing, etc., down a bottomless pit like it's happening now.
Absolutely. Great. Thank you so much, Prof. I want to open up now for some discussions. I've hogged the time quite a bit because public participation is something that's dear to me. But I want to ask participants to perhaps, if you've got a question or a comment, it'll be very nice for you to unmute and to sponsor those questions and comments by voice. Instead of writing it in the chat box. We are quite a small group today, so it's manageable. If you can perhaps please unmute, introduce yourself, and pose your question or comment to Prof. Maharaj, who's here with us today. Is there anybody? I don't see any hands or anybody unmuting there. Okay, great.
Two things. It means, when there's no questions, it means I've done a brilliant job, or it's a disaster.
Well, we do actually have somebody, Mr. Manfred, over to you.
Yes, hello, good morning. And first of all, thank you very much. I enjoyed the presentation a lot. Also, if to be honest, it's a difficult day. It's World Town Planning Day today, and there's a lot of events going on. And in parallel, when following this, I'm also following the ISOCAP opening session in Doha. But your presentation was fascinating, and I think it's a good sign that everywhere in the world, planning activities are popping up. What I really like, you mentioned that the city rankings and their meaning, yeah? And when I interpret it right, I think we agree that such rankings might be useful, or mayors might be proud about them, and industries might be proud about them because they have sold technology to a city, and now they are whatever smart city or like livable city. But those things do not say anything about the quality of life of the individuals and as planner, and mostly the group who answer such questions about the quality of life is not the medium or it's just questions for upper class individual or international community in cities. So as planners, we have to look at those people and at those quarters in the city who are not in the sunlight when it comes to rankings for livable cities. And so I hope I do interpret your presentation right. That you also, I mean, you don't have to criticize it. Those rankings are there. Everybody wants rankings, but it doesn't have anything to do with urban planning in the end. Yeah, it's just a comment, more a comment than a question. Yeah?
Great, thank you, Manfred. Prof, do you perhaps want to just respond to that comment around the ratings and the quality of life index, perhaps?
Yes, no, I agree with Manfred. In our aspiration to claim that we have all these awards, etc., we often, create a misperception that that we are this high quality service provision, etc., when in reality those rankings have no connection with the lived experiences of our own communities in the city. So the Mercer Index, for example, it's expats. I've got nothing. They're useful. They're working here. They have dollar-based incomes, etc. And the Mercer Index is used by multinational corporations to determine the salary and allowances for these, work employees. And we take those rankings literally and then say, listen, Durban is now, Africa's #1 city and so on. So we should be real. We should, discard all these awards, except the real award that come from the community. We should get the community to rate us, to rank us, and we know that from now we have a very vibrant, and vocal communities. And clearly, we don't like the mode. I certainly think we shouldn't be having violence, and we shouldn't be engaging in acts of looting, etc. But I always tell my students that in South Africa, our elected representatives, whether they're local, provincial, national government, we have to communicate. In the age of cell phones, we have to communicate with them via smoke signals. You have to burn a tire and block a road, etc., before some official from the city or the province or the mayor comes to talk to you. We have created that culture, and it's because of this lack of participation. People believe they have to engage in visible protest action to get the attention of the authorities, and it shouldn't be like that. It goes deeper. I mean, if you're looking at our electoral system and whether the people themselves have a say in how they, elect or nominate local councillors, etc. I think it's a bigger story, which is linked, as you'd have seen from my presentation. It's linked to politics and power in a big way.
Prof, thank you. There is a comment in the chat box that says, I quite agree with the Prof. With participation comes accountability and sequences that when not followed, questions will be asked. And that is from Aliyu, I hope I pronounced that right, Kawu. Prof, before we move to Professor Sutherland, I just want to pick up on something and just ask for your indulgence, perhaps, and just a little bit of engagement around that. What are your thoughts on these social movements that we have seen internationally? Hashtag #MeToo, hashtag climate justice, hashtag Black Lives Matter. And how do those social movements impact on our ability to communicate with the leadership of a particular space and place? And how does that contribute, or does it contribute in any way to promoting some sort of, I'm not going to say healthy city, but at least trying to promote some sort of engagement? Do those movements carry weight here in South Africa, in a South African context? And where do you see this going? Thanks.
No, listen, social movements they played a big role in the anti-apartheid struggle. We have so many, if you take Durban Housing Action Committee, which was headed by Pravin Gordhan, I'm mentioning the name because we know it's very high profile. We had the UDF and the alliances. I was the secretary of one of those movements in the South Durban area in the 80s and early 90s. I speak experience. So in the post-apartheid area, we had a demobilization of social movements, etc. In fact, the first genuine post-apartheid social movement was Treatment Action Campaign, mobilization for treatment for HIV/AIDS against the denialism of the Mbeki, and it was largely Mbeki on whatever happened in that era. So we need a lot more social movements in terms of articulating. I mean, there are several that have emerged. They're trying to engage with authorities, and the landless people movement, for one, is that comes to mind. In Devon, once again, because I work with the South Devon Community Environment Alliance, I think that plays a very big role, and so they can play an important role. And I think now when we are moving into a digital mode, and I think so mobilization can happen more quickly. They're also negative. The way in which, the July events took place, clearly a group of four, they were not unknown. We know who did it. The government is just afraid to act because it's a fallout within a political party. But we can harness the digital technology. And I'm talking to planners, you all know GIS and so on. Some of you all have been our students. It's very easy to respond to the issues of community, and we got to demonstrate that commitment. So social movements are important, and we need a lot more of those types of organizations. And civil society sector includes, the faith sector, the youth sector, women's movements, and the sporting sector, all of which are very weak and vulnerable.
Prof, thank you so much. Before we move from you, Prof Maharaj, I just want to ask another question. So there was an article by an Australian newspaper some time ago, perhaps late last year, where a gentleman was talking about climate change, and he was actually taking his insurance company to task because he felt that he was not protected against climate risk, and it was something to do with climate change. So his argument was that the company was meant to protect his interests in terms of climate degradation, and he felt that the company had not done so, and hence he was now putting in this court case and taking this insurance company to task. Will we, in terms of the climate debate and environmental sustainability and the whole environmental debate, will we see more people in future standing up and taking a stand where their own health and well-being is compromised, where they are now taking their insurers to task? I mean, is that something that we are likely to see in this country, or not, or is it too far-fetched for us? Thanks.
Well, there are some cases. I think the Thor Chemicals case is one where there is a class action suit. I stand to be corrected. As I said, I've done a lot of work in the South Devon area. I mean, if you take the rise in asthma in that area, which was tracked and investigated independently by University of Michigan, and there's a suggestion that there is some link with the high number of cancer cases in the South Devon area. So clearly, there's a certain reality that companies can be so diffuse. It's always a case of how much of evidence you can provide. So I'm using companies where I think we can provide more evidence. Climate change, who do you blame? Do you blame the Industrial Revolution? I'm not playing it down. I think it's serious. And we are living climate change. Today is the 8th of November in Durban. I'm sure we got colleagues in different parts of the world, different cities. I can tell you, the person who was born and brought up in Durban, it feels like winter in Durban on the 8th of November. And one thing that Durban has, compared to Cape Town especially, is we have better weather, warmer climate, and we can knock the hell out of Cape Town when it comes to competition for the weather and so on. But the weather is changing. We're living climate change. So it requires all of us to be involved in making individual decisions about how we engage with the environment. Once again, there's a deal being done in Glasgow. There's a deal, and it's being done from Kyoto, etc. We are 25, 30 years, and we haven't made the adjustments that's required And now China and India are saying, listen, we entered the race late, therefore you can't apply the same rules to us. But I think we can almost like blow ourselves out of the planet. I'm putting it very crudely. Climate change is happening now. We got to take responsibility. I connected now to UPL. Who did the EIA that allowed that UPL affair in operation to be established? It's someone in the city. Is the city undertaking an investigation? And it's paper trail. It's so easy. And I make bold to say, I am sure something underhand happened there. And it's now 3 months and the city has done nothing. Why doesn't the city tell us what's happening? The last point I'll make, you're talking about information, etc. Even as a researcher, I would struggle to get information from the city. What does the city have to hide? Every minute, every document, every investigation should be public. There should be nothing secret in a democratic society. Thank you. It's a pleasure. I hope people enjoyed it. And there is a problem on Zoom. You don't know who's listening, or people are registering and then going and having coffee, like my students. Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you so much, Professor Maharaj, for that insight and very, very valuable. And I must say that I live in a little village called Shakaskraal in the north coast, and it's generally very hot, especially around this time of the year. And on this particular day, the 8th of November, it's absolutely dark and gloomy, and it's really not something that I'm used to. So definitely we are living climate change. But thank you so much, Prof. I want to now move to our next presenter for this discussion. And I want to quickly go to Professor Catherine Sutherland's bio, and I want to recognize you, Prof. Sutherland. And so Professor Catherine Sutherland is an associate professor in the School of Built Environment and Development Studies at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Collectively, her research team focuses on understanding environmental governance and socio-ecological relations in cities and rural areas. The team focuses on developing transformative and transdisciplinary social assessment methodologies. Professor Sutherland's research interest includes water governance and catchment rehabilitation programs, innovation in water and sanitation systems, urban food systems, which is obviously a very important aspect of today's discussion as well, in terms of where we're coming from in our topic, promoting healthy cities, informal settlement upgrading, and investing in ecological infrastructure in dual governance areas. So all of Professor Sutherland's research areas has a direct impact on our discussions here today. Prof, welcome to you, and we look forward to your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to try and share my presentation now. Hopefully it will share. Can everybody see it?
Yes, Prof, clear.
Okay, great. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak today on World Planning Day. And what's really been nice about looking at the topic is it's helped me to frame a whole lot of work that I'm thinking about and that my research team is working on. And it's been really exciting for me to try and take this idea of promoting healthy cities and the theme of community planning and the environment, and to link it to the work that we are doing in the city. And just to say, I work very closely with many officials in eThekwini municipality across different departments and sectors. And I'm always amazed at the kind of work that's actually going on in our city, both in terms of what the municipality is doing, the innovation, the experimentation, in terms of what communities are doing on the ground, and then also these partnerships and relationships that form in these very informal and fluid ways that are really driving the sort of transformation in our city. So perhaps a different perspective to bridge, and it's good that we have these contrasts, but I'm going to show you through the work that we're doing, the way in which I think communities, the municipality, universities, and NGOs and other non-state actors are working on planning and the environment in eThekwini municipality. So in the introduction, I just wanted to speak a little bit about what the new urban agenda, sustainable development goals, this Sendai framework on disaster risk reduction, all of these big post-2015 global development frameworks all speak a lot to planning because they all focus on the development of inclusive, safe, socially just, resilient, and sustainable cities. So we've got this whole global framing from 2015. And actually, if you look on the right-hand side, that's a diagram from our latest municipal spatial development strategy. And you can see in Durban's spatial development strategy that these global frameworks, which is the first column, are really playing an influence through the national strategies, provincial strategies, then through our own IDP and into our SDF, that these discourses of these global frameworks are very important in the way in which we, at least in rhetoric, are framing our spatial development framework in the city. So that then leads us to a question about how should sustainable cities be defined? So when we talk about sustainability and planning and environment, what do we really mean by that? And who's actually doing the defining of the sustainability? How best do we achieve the sustainable development goals, in particular urban context, particularly Africa? And I mean, there's a conversation now that the SDGs will also be pushed out by 10 years, because I think there's an understanding that actually it takes quite a long time to achieve the kind of change we need to see. So in our particular African context, how do we achieve this, and how do we use planning both as a process and a practice to do this? And this is the kind of question I think I'm going to explore in this presentation today, is that how do we think about planning, and how do we engage with planning in a way that we can actually achieve the SDGs? So urban spatiality is very important to sustainability, and planning is all about spatial practices. So how do we think about that as we move forward? And a lot of what I'm talking about today draws on a book chapter that we've just done together with my research team, drawing on some of these ideas around river rehabilitation projects and how we can use them in planning, and just building on those ideas. So I just wanted to acknowledge the rest of my team. So if we look at what we see in terms of the role of planners in urban sustainability, we can look at what the United Nations Environment Programme said, and really in 2020, they called on planners to restructure the space of cities through land use planning to reduce social and environmental risk and to produce healthy and green cities. So very much the theme of what you've put forward to us on World Planning Day for our discussions today. But then we need to think about who are those planners. And planners are defined as those who link knowledge to action, who have a strong spatial focus, and who learn about the environment in order to change it. So I've got two photographs on the right-hand side. The top one is a group of planners being trained in a university or working in the municipality doing planning in a formal sense. And the bottom diagram is the informal settlement community that I work with, one of my researchers working with community members, where we're doing our own community mapping and thinking about planning in that settlement. So you get very different kinds of planners who are all working on planning in the city. And so as this demand on planners is expanded, we see this call for planners to be much more involved in the kind of resilient and sustainable city agenda. And as the transformation of urban space is being linked to these sustainable development goals and the new urban agenda, so the definition, and this is what Barnett and Pennell say, so the definition of a planner has become less clear. So who are the planners and who's doing the planning? If we think about planning then becoming more inclusive and open through the involvement of the public and private actors in the production and use of spatial knowledge and in the practices of urban processes, as we see the loosening of political state control, as we see this associated codified spatial arrangements of the state, so planning's always been very much under the control of the state, as that's loosening up and the colonial and modernist forms of planning are retreating, then what we see is that the dominant determinants of urban spatial form or urban sustainability, as it's created through this urban spatial form, is actually changing. And so on the right-hand side, this is one of the meetings we're having in a river rehabilitation project. And in fact, all of this group working here together, I would say and would argue, there's a municipal official there, the community members, there's the university. That's the planning of the city actually happening. And so what I'd like to argue in my presentation today through the work that we're doing is that river rehabilitation projects, and of course that's got a strong link to the environment, have become new spaces of planning where multiple actors as planners are taking action to transform the landscape through the co-production of knowledge. And so I'm going to try and show how that's happening in Durban. So my proposal is that the Sustainable Development Goals, which is an international agenda, the National Development Plan, which is our national agenda in South Africa, they're focusing on poverty reduction, job creation, inequality, water security, all of the things we're talking about, climate change, infrastructure, human settlements. These are the important things we need to get right when we are planning our cities. And what I'm going to try and propose is that one of the ways that we can think about doing this in a new kind of framing is through river or catchment rehabilitation projects, where multi-actor governance platforms, which in Durban, this combination of all these new river rehabilitation projects has formed what Durban's calling its transformative riverine management program, is starting to form these very valuable spatial sustainable development pathways in the city. So the question that I'm asking, and I'm wondering if you could think about as I do my presentation, is could sub-catchments or rivers become the spatial unit for planning's knowledge production processes and become a space of planning? So in other words, could the rivers and catchments of Durban become the space where the process of planning happens, where knowledge is produced for planning, and actually the space of where the practice of planning happens? So that's sort of the hypothesis, and you can reflect on it as I go through my presentation. So obviously I'm focusing on the city of Durban, which Bridges talked a lot about in his presentation, or as it's known in terms of its administrative entity, the eThekwini municipal area. It's located on the east coast of South Africa in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Here you can see a map of Durban. It's our third largest city in South Africa with 3.7 million people. It has high levels of poverty and inequality, as Bridge suggested. 42% of the residents are considered poor. And amazingly, 26% or a quarter of the population of the city lives in informal settlements. What's very important about Durban, though, is that it's also located within the Maputoland, Pondoland biodiversity hotspot. So one of 36 biodiversity hotspots in the world. So the biodiversity and ecological infrastructure of the city is very important. And it's not only important globally, being a biodiversity hotspot, but it's very important to the quality of life and well-being of the citizens of the city. The other amazing thing about Durban is that it's under a dual governance system. It's not only governed by the eThekwini municipality, but also by the traditional authorities. Under the Ingonyama Trust land, there's 43% of the land of this municipality is governed both by traditional authorities and the municipality, which makes things very interesting. If we think about spatial planning, which is the focus of our work on World Planning Day, we can see that within eThekwini municipality, we have a very traditional and well-established form of strategic spatial planning and local planning that happens as part of the planning directors of the city. So there's formal spatial planning happening in the city, a very well-developed system through the integrated development plans, spatial development frameworks, local area plans, precinct plans, and rural settlement plans, and landing up with land use schemes. So this full suite of planning tools that are available in the city, and that's what really shapes the planning framing within eThekwini municipality. And all of these planning schemes are supposed to address the goals of the IDP, which is sustainable, socially cohesive, financially sustainable city, a safe city, accessible city, and so on. So that's a very kind of mainstream traditional way of thinking about spatial planning that we would all be familiar with. What's also important in terms of planning in the city, if you read the IDP, is there is a very strong focus on protecting the environment. So the IDP of 2021-2022 states that the city is committed to the protection, restoration, and management of ecological infrastructure in the city, to enhance ecosystem resilience, and to help citizens to adapt to all of these risks that we face. It also states that local government and society need to work together. And there's also a strong focus on resilience and sustainability principles. And we can see these coming out in the kind of spatial proposals that are held in the spatial development framework, which is the spatial reflection of the IDP. So you see the DMOS, you see the urban development line, Durban's de-densification strategy, coastal erosion lines, mapped areas of flooding. All of these are spatial elements that are reflecting the city's commitment to resilience and sustainability. And more recently, you can see the outcomes of the city's strategic environmental assessment, which is currently being prepared in the city. The first phase is just being completed in September last year. And what that strategic environmental assessment does is it's a tool for proactively integrating environmental sustainability into municipal plans. And that's largely being driven by the Environmental Planning and Climate Protection Department and the Sustainable and Resilient Cities Initiative. So you can see that there's a great effort on encouraging sustainability in the city through both these formal planning mechanisms, and then there's also a whole lot of innovative work streams that are coming through external funding sources. So quite a strong focus on trying to support sustainability in the city. But what is actually happening in reality? How does this play out when we look at the reality of our city and how that plays out on the ground? And so the first thing that I wanted to raise, which I go back to, is this very interesting dual governance system in the municipality, is that if you think about formal planning schemes or formal planning instruments, what's really challenging is that you can see on the map on the left-hand side, this is the 43%, all the colored areas are the 43% of traditional authority areas that are under on Ngonyama Trust land, and therefore outside of the kind of formal planning processes. And on the right-hand side, you can see where these land use schemes have been implemented in the city. So you can see a direct relationship between the traditional authority areas and where the land use planning schemes are actually located in the city. And the reason why there are no schemes in the traditional authority areas is, of course, there's political contestation around the eThekwini municipality rolling out these land use schemes in areas of traditional authority where the Nkosi and Isanduna are responsible for land allocation. So there you can see you've got these formal schemes, but they're not implemented across the whole city because of the politics of governance. If we look at environmental governance in the city, it's a very interesting approach by the environmental department to try and decentralize its work of its specialist environmental functions into and across different line functions in the municipality. So the way in which the Environmental Planning and Climate Protection Department works is that it understands that environment is a cross-cutting issue. And so within the department, it has different sections that then engage with the different, for example, with human settlements, with water and sanitation, with economic development. And so the environmental responsibilities are decentralized across the city, but that's problematic in the sense that there isn't then one strong integrated strategic vision for environmental management across Durban. It's also difficult because a lot of the departments within the Environmental Climate Protection Department actually have unfunded mandates. So they can influence departments that have funds to allocate it for implementation, but the environmental department doesn't actually do the work itself. So let's say we're looking at water and sanitation. What happens is that if you're dealing with water and sanitation issues, the climate protection branch doesn't actually have the funding to do implementation around water issues, for example, managing that around climate change. They have to influence the water and sanitation unit because the water and sanitation unit has the mandate to actually act on those things. So a lot of the environmental responsibilities come through unfunded mandates. And so they have to work through other line functions to try and achieve their goals and their work. The other interesting part about how we think about the environment and planning in the city is the planning instruments that are used to try and protect the environment. And the most dominant planning instrument that was implemented in 2002, well, it was first defined as the urban edge, but by 2008, it became renamed as the urban development line, was that what the city did from a planning perspective is it saw, and this was really due to the municipal demarcation process in 2000, where the city expanded in area by 68% and began to include all of this rural periphery, is that the urban development line was put in place to try and concentrate urban development in the urban core, as you can see, and in the urban development areas, and to see the periphery of the city where actually all the biodiversity is as the rural development zone of the city. And so this urban development line was a planning instrument put in both around the densification strategy of the city, but also to protect the environmental resources of the city that largely are located on the periphery. And if you look at the reality of that, and what my team did is that we looked at this urban development line and we actually found it on the ground in areas that we work in the periphery of the city. So what I've drawn in on this Google map for you is that that's that same urban development line actually on the ground going along the Mzimyati River. And if you look on both sides of this line, I think you would notice that you can see very little difference actually. So this is meant to be the urban development side of the urban development line, and that's meant to be the rural periphery. But because of the rapid densification of these rural peripheral areas, because if you go back to this map, you'll remember that most of those traditional authority areas are in this zone. And under traditional authority areas, that's where land can be allocated through the traditional authority system. And so we've seen a rapid densification of areas on the periphery of the city. So in fact, this urban development line is a spatial planning instrument that's meant to try and protect the periphery of the city, the environmental resources of the city. In reality, that isn't actually the case. Then in terms of environmental planning, if we think of the main environmental planning instrument that's used in eThekwini municipality, that's the DMOS system, Durban's Metropolitan Open Space System. And that's a spatial layer that covers 33% of the eThekwini municipal area. And you can see it all in the dark green here on the map. Again, you can see how the environmental resources are sitting in the periphery outside of the urban development line. And this 80,000 hectares of open space is there to protect Durban's biodiversity and its ecosystem services. And what's been recorded is that this DMOS system is worth 4.2 billion Rand in terms of ecosystem flows per year to the city. And the asset value of these areas is equated to about 62 billion Rand. So this DMOS area, these open spaces, these ecosystem services are very, very important to the city. And of course, within these open spaces, you have 4,000 kilometers of rivers and actually 18 catchments that support this environmental system that is really the underpinning base for any development actually in the city. But if we look at the most recent strategic environmental assessment report, you can see that these open spaces are under threat because all of the red areas are now areas that are being overdeveloped. So it's the areas that are considered to be exceeding their sustainability thresholds. So when we look at the importance of these environmental assets to our city and for the planning of our city, what we see is that these areas are under stress. If we look at the rivers that flow through these areas, and what I would like to argue is that as part of the DMOS system, these 18 catchments and these 4,000 kilometers of rivers are very important to the planning and the sustainability of the city. But if you look at the SEA again, you can see the red is the sort of exceedance of the thresholds. And this is in terms of the phosphates in the rivers and the E. coli. We're seeing high levels of pollution around most of the rivers in our city. And it's only really on the peripheral areas again that you've got low exceedance or improved quality in the rivers. And the outcomes of that, and Bridge was talking about tourism, is that you can see the kind of E. coli events along the beach. So these rivers that run across our city from west to east and towards the sea are very important in terms of what they move to the coast, because if they move pollution to the coast, you then get these impacts on the coastline, and Durban's economy is largely based on tourism along that ocean coastline. So this whole system is really dependent on the healthy functioning of these rivers and these catchments. From a more positive point of view, if we look at the ecological categories of the catchments and of the rivers, we actually see a better picture. So if you look at this diagram as opposed to the other one that had a lot of red on the E. coli and the phosphate levels of the river, when we look at their ecological sustainability, we're still seeing a lot of yellow and blue, which is a really positive sign. And obviously some orange, which is kind of in the more urban, dense areas of the city. But there's a lot of potential for us to sustain the environmental quality of these rivers and these catchments for the well-being of our city. So why am I talking so much about rivers and catchments and focusing on them in terms of this discussion around planning and the environment and the co-production of knowledge? Well, what my team and I would like to argue is that actually rivers and catchments perhaps are the catalytic spaces for planning environment and the co-production of sustainable development in our city. And the reason we argue that is that we believe that rivers reflect hold, move, and address multiple urban problems and challenges through their hydrological and ecological processes and their relationships with their catchments. So the way in which rivers move and address these multiple urban challenges, and you all know what those urban challenges would be, I've got them in the point below, is that what we can look at is that if we start to rehabilitate rivers, or we rehabilitate rivers and their catchments, that could become the catalyst for local level sustainable development in the city, because these are spatial elements that I showed you, as I showed you in the maps, that run right across our city, 18 catchment, 4,000 kilometers of rivers. And that actually these river programs might be the way that we can sort of think about planning in a different form. And so if you look at ICLEI's UNA River program, they say the same thing. They focus on mainstreaming biodiversity and ecosystem services into land use planning and government decision-making processes. So it's not only in Durban that we're trying to argue that if you focus on river rehabilitation and catchment rehabilitation, you might start to have a really powerful impact on planning. Of course, rivers are interesting in river rehabilitation projects because they have an absolute spatial expression, which is the catchment, but they're also a relational space. They reflect, as I said, these hydrosocial spatial relationships, and they produce and assemble the multiple social spatial relationships of urban life. So in all the points I have there, what our research has shown is that all of these pressures and changes and services and housing and biodiversity and governance, all of these things come together when you look at rivers and at catchments. So they kind of hold all of these socioeconomic, political, and social relationships and actually give you a very good reflection of the quality of life and what's actually happening in the city. And so that's why we've begun to work on these rehabilitation programs, because what they do is they emphasize community participation. They help us work with water and sanitation, with flooding, with governance, with building state-citizen relationships, and of course with climate adaptation as well. So we're very interested in the way in which focusing on these particular kind of programs can really give us insights as to what we should do with planning. Now, interestingly, this similar kind of work was done in Durban in 2002. And one of my master's students, Vicky Sim, worked on this as her master's thesis, where there was an attempt at that time in the municipality to perhaps think about catchments as the kind of planning units for the city. And so there was a strong argument being made that catchment discourses could actually influence how we thought about planning. So rather than doing planning through wards or planning through political boundaries within the city, what if we use catchments as the planning unit for the city? And this was one of the maps. And here you can see how much the rivers have deteriorated, because there's a much bigger green area in this 2002 map of the quality of rivers around the Umgeni catchment. So there was a strong argument being made that catchments could become the planning unit for the city. But unfortunately, due to lack of political support, which is obvious because actually political boundaries are now the kind of spatial unit for planning, and you can see why the politicians didn't want this to shift, this catchment discourse didn't take hold. But again, in 2021, I'm trying to argue through the work that's actually emerging out of Durban that maybe catchments actually are a good planning unit for us to look at. And maybe we've got to think about how we can use that to help inform and change spatial planning in the city. And the reason I'm saying that is that there's been this emergence of Durban's transformative river management program in the last 2 years. And this program has emerged out of the efforts of officials, largely from the environmental engineering departments, but it's actually, they've been built up through all of these innovative river rehabilitation projects that are emerging across our city. So we've done research on all of the different river rehabilitation projects. And here in the colored circles, you can just see where some of them are located. These river rehabilitation or catchment rehabilitation projects that are actually emerging from the bottom up. They're emerging because of the absence of catchment management agencies nationally around catchments. And what you find is that in local spaces, people are concerned about water quality. They're concerned about the impacts of rivers on their living environments, because there are so many rivers in Durban, so many streams. And so they're starting to develop these localized river rehabilitation projects. And these spatial projects, because rivers are obviously inherently spatial, are actually starting to integrate the social, economic, environmental, and political dimensions of life. in the city, and perhaps are maybe reflecting a new form of planning for sustainability in African cities. And so the example I want to use is one of the programs that I work a lot on, which is the Palmy Catchment Rehabilitation Project, which has been in place since 2014. And the Palmy Catchment Rehabilitation Project is a partnership between the state, the university, and civil society. And so it's already starting to form these partnerships that we need in planning. It also helps us look at relationships between biological, ecological, hydrological, social, economic, environmental, and political relationships, which is all the things that planning has to address. And it's helped us to build a governance platform, another critical element of planning, because it's helped to build state-citizen relationships. It's enabled us to work across municipal sectors. In fact, it's even enabled us to work across political parties. And it's reflected this importance of these intermediaries, so bridges, actors in between that are able to make partnerships, for example, between citizens and the state, or between members of different political parties. And what we've seen is that through the River Rehabilitation Program, or the Catchment Rehabilitation Project, we've been able to co-produce knowledge on the city, and I'll show you some examples of that in a minute, that really give us insight as to perhaps what planning should actually be doing in the city. And so with a group that we've worked with in the Quarry Road West informal settlement over the last 7 years, we've worked on all kinds of projects on the history and geography of the settlement. We've done community-based and participatory GIS mapping. We've given input into Durban's resilience strategy. We've done risk mapping. We've developed a climate smart handbook. We've looked at the narratives of home in an informal settlement. We've tested innovative sanitation technologies. We've engaged around what informal settlement upgrading might mean in the city. So just in this space around this catchment or river rehabilitation project, we've been able to do all of this work, all of which actually can inform planning in terms of what kind of cities or what quality of life we want. And in doing that, as I said, we've built this whole governance platform. So this is just the set of actors that are all working within the Palmy Catchment Rehabilitation Project, all working on the common goal of rehabilitating this river, but all interfacing with each other to try and achieve positive outcomes. And these would be the multiple actors that really are important if we're going to talk about co-production and much more engaged planning. So you can see how a river rehabilitation project has been able to evoke this kind of governance, this participatory governance, which is exactly what we need in planning. Here are some of the outcomes of this research. There's the Quarry Road West informal settlement. It's highly precarious. It's built right on a river floodplain. But this is the voice of the people that live there, telling the municipality, we've lived here since 1987. We live on a floodplain. There are 1,070 of us living in informal households. We live here because we're close to town and opportunities. We need employment, education, shops. That's why we live here. That's why we choose to live in this vulnerable space, because it gives us these opportunities. But we face challenges like poor housing, lack of services. There's flooding of the river. We have social problems. And these are our goals. We'd like our settlement to be safe, clean, safe from the dangerous river. We want these kinds of services. This is our home, and we're committed to making it into a better place. We are also committed to working with you as the municipality to address these challenges through partnerships. And we know we need to work together with you. We also want to work towards addressing climate change, because our settlement's already been devastated by a flood in April 2022. And if we talk about challenges in our settlement, like waste, solid waste is raised as one of the major challenges, obviously from solid waste, grey water, liquid waste from toilets. We keep our houses clean, but we've got nowhere to put our waste. The municipality doesn't collect it. Grey water is thrown into the river. We see problems with the communal ablution blocks and the sanitation waste. Our children don't have playgrounds, and they play in the waste in the river. So when you look at this conversation that we had with this community just around waste, and here you can see a sort of a line that the community had built to try and deal with surface water movement in the settlement. Just by working around this river rehabilitation project, we get so much insight into how we should be addressing these problems in the city. And so the community came up with solutions that said we need to work with the state. And here was an amazing example where the municipality cooperated with the informal community. You can see people who live in that settlement are actually wearing municipal uniforms. I mean, this was such a symbolic day to me, because it was a shifting of partnerships between the state and communities. So here is a week they were working as a cooperative to clean up the area. And so we need, and what they're arguing is we need to be seen as part of the life of the city. We need to manage our waste with you in partnership so that we develop good and appropriate systems. And so you can see this engagement from this community that's for this week in time has almost swapped roles and become part of the municipality, understanding how collectively they can work together to form this partnership. They also know that the lack of services that they have in the settlement is very bad for the river, and we know that this is not good. We know it makes our place unhealthy. We understand how these rivers and the floods and the pollution from our settlement is creating all of these kinds of problems, and we want to work with you to solve those problems. We also, with this community, worked on an innovative sanitation project, and the diagram on the right shows this kind of transdisciplinary approach that we adopted, where in developing innovative sanitation, this is actually a water wall, so a hygiene system in the community. What we did here is that we worked in a transdisciplinary way, but in our research paper that we produced, we showed that in fact, the real center of this whole sanitation innovation approach was actually the community, and how the community co-produced knowledge with social scientists at UKZN, with engineering scientists, with engineering teams, and with eThekwini municipality. So in this community, through this work that we've been doing on the river rehabilitation projects, we've actually tested out these transdisciplinary ways of working. And it was an amazingly successful outcome where this water wall, which was a recycling hand washing station in the community, actually became this very positive site of water and sanitation change. And so we've been testing out these examples of this kind of transdisciplinary work. But what I wanted to show you was a memorandum that this community wrote to the municipality in 2019 after the very severe floods that they experienced. And I think it really talks to our kind of theme of this conference and this presentation about healthy cities, about engaging communities, is that the community wrote up this whole memorandum. We as the community of Quarry Road Informal Settlement are asking the eThekwini municipality to work in partnership with us, to support us, to address this devastating flood. And they requested the following: we want to sit at the table with all the stakeholders. We want to have a voice and be empowered to participate in the planning, decision-making, and implementation of our future. We want to stay together as a community. We want to work in partnership with the municipality to rebuild our settlement. We want safe land away from the river. We want the municipality to plan our future with us. You can see all of those things in this red circle. And this was a memorandum that collectively, this community of 1,070 households wrote together and amazingly got signed by all the councillors. You can see all the ward councillor, the PR councillor, they all signed this document in support of this community in 2019, asking the city to engage with them in planning and in moving forward to the future. So we have all this collective responsibility and ability on the ground in our city. And we have a municipality that in parts is willing to engage with communities. But why are we not doing this better? And maybe it's the way we've got to rethink about planning, the way in which we get planning to actually engage at this level so that we can create these more sustainable cities. And so what perhaps I'm arguing is that these river rehabilitation projects have enabled us to see a more open and co-produced form of planning, which includes the knowledges and practices of multiple actors or catchment planners, both within and outside of the state, that are working together to try and achieve the kinds of cities that we want. And so we're seeing the spatial expression of sustainability that's much more collaborative, inclusive, and emerging from the bottom up. And it's including a wide range of actors across local authority officials, civil society groups, NGOs, researchers from universities, and community members, defining sustainability at the local scale and thereby allowing people to claim their right to the city. And what's so exciting about that is that these are different actors with different epistemologies and ontologies and methodologies, different framings, interests and goals and ways of thinking. But through this transdisciplinary research and closing the science policy practice gap, we're actually starting to see how this change can begin to happen. And that's the amazing outcome of this transformative river management program that's emerging in the city. And so it takes me back to the Fed's really important point about the right to the city. Because when I think about planning and I think about the environment and the pressure on the environment, and I think about communities living in our city and trying to plan a sustainable future, what we're all trying to do is trying to deal with the legal or contractual right to the city, so the right to belong, but also to be able to participate in the imagined future of our city. And so if we look at Lefebvre's idea of the right to the city, what's really important is that he said it's both a legal interpretation and an institutional right to the city, but it's also a concept or process of opening up towards a different future and the role of rights formation throughout the city through city formation. So on the right-hand side here, you can see an informal house with its housing number that's contractually giving that informal household the right to the city. But then you can see the diagrams of us working with informal settlements across the city, where together we collectively planning, and this is around water and sanitation innovation, the future of the city. And so I want to end off with this last slide, which really kind of evokes all of this for me and what I've been thinking about. And it's again this point about what these river rehabilitation or catchment rehabilitation projects have taught us by working in these real spaces and by working in rivers, in ordinary spaces where people live. And what happened is there was a major flood through the Palmeet River, as I said to you. People lost their houses and very quickly they rebuilt. And the flood took place on the 22nd of April, 10 days after the last national government elections. And 3 days later, I was walking through the community, working with everyone, and I saw this image of this house being rebuilt. And it just struck me that what this person was saying, and these are all the election posters of all the different parties across our country. And this person had taken these posters because it was after the elections and they were coming down, and he had rebuilt his house with the election posters. And I think what he was saying is, I will take your political promises, I will take your election posters, and I will rebuild my house with them. And I think just in the light of the local government elections and what we've just been through, how do we think about those political promises? How do we think about what politicians say? And how do we work with people on the ground who are taking those so-called political promises, but building their future and planning for their future themselves? How do we create those partnerships so that we can have planning for the environment and for people and have more sustainable cities? Thank you.
Professor Sutherland, thank you so much for your very comprehensive presentation. For those of us, people like me, who are not very in tune with water rehabilitation programs, it certainly was an absolute eye-opener. So thank you so much for sharing that information and the work that you are busy with at the moment. And obviously you've raised a number of pertinent issues that affect planning, public participation, the right to the city, politics, and many of this are interconnected almost, and give a reflection of who has the right to the city and how do we actually make livable cities. I want to open up the discussion. I don't want to hog the space. I want to quickly read a comment from the chat, and afterwards I'm going to go into questions and comments, and feel free to unmute and raise any question or comment you have. But Prof, there is a comment here in the chat, and I'm going to read it so that we all benefit. It says here, it's from Msizi Mkunu, and he says, public participation is the key to planning. By looking at what Quarry Road West Informal Settlement Memorandum shows, that they know what they need the most and have ideas about changing their areas. And I couldn't agree more, absolutely. And I think, Prof, we must thank you for sharing that clip, because it does actually show that the power lies with the people, like we discussed earlier with Professor Maharaj's presentation. Mzizi goes on to say, I think it's time to ask how planners and city managers communicate with the public about future or ongoing projects. Are we going back to the community or staying online? So just some reflection on that, Prof. But before you perhaps give some comment, I want to check if there's anybody in the room that wants to raise a question or comment. please feel free to unmute and go ahead.
Hello.
Great, Aliyu, welcome. Go for it.
Good afternoon.
You up next, thanks. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Aliyu Kau from Nigeria. Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely. Please go ahead.
Yes, my own is more of a question and suggestion as well. Can be seen as suggestion as well. And I want the presenter to please emphasize. It seems the planners are working with the people, but the people that implement, the city managers, the city authority, and so on, there seems to be a disconnect between what the planners found on the field that the people want, and then what the authorities are implementing. And I think it should shed more light on how do we bring this, the urban authorities, the government, into the play, because now it seems to be that we are with the people, the participatory aspect of it, going down to the neighborhoods and so on and so forth. So I wanted to emphasize, how do we now bring urban authorities so much so that they shouldn't even know that whatever they are doing will not be effective until they get feedback from the people and so on. Thank you. Aliyu Kau again from Nigeria, Federal University of Technology, Nigeria. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Aliyu. Before Prof responds, I want to take Subs Munsami from eThekwini. Subs, please go ahead.
Thanks, Prashina, and afternoon, everyone. Sorry I missed Prof Miraj's presentation, but thanks, Kathy. And I think, there's been a lot of discussion that Kathy raises about the unit of planning, and I guess you can have, it can make more logical sense, but at the heart of all of this is the question about, as professionals, and not just planning professionals, this is across the built environment, and professionals within governments and in particular municipalities, is the question about how you want to co-produce knowledge for action. Because as I use, and I did some work on planning as an example, and what I found is that there's greater propensity and interest to co-produce in the environmental sector, more so because it is so dependent on what everyday people are doing. And in the planning sector, this is kind of shut off, and it's partly because of how the legislation is written and how we interpret that. But also there's this understanding, you kind of carry on planning year in, year out without making those changes. So I always laugh and say, what would happen if a town planning scheme was written differently and shared? Basically that power to share how you write a town planning scheme will change that outcome of planning. And I think what I'm raising here is in a simple term, is that if you want to look at sustainability, livelihoods, etc., it's not necessarily a holy grail, but it's such an important area that can shift the paradigm of what you're doing. And I think the question raised by one of the participants is around participation. And I think what's coming through is we do participation in so many ways, but when you start looking at co-production, you really need, it changes what type of planner you are, what type of institution you are, what type of professional institution you belong to, and what type of local government you are. So if you really delve into that, it starts changing what that paradigm and what that outcome is and how viable it is and implementable it is. So that was just my comments from the side here, Prashana. Thank you.
Thanks, Subs. Thank you so much. I just want to also, Prof, before you come in, perhaps just also reflect on the approach that planners use. And I know that in your presentation, you made mention of the ownership of land and the management of land, that 43% almost is held and managed by the Ingonyama Trust Board. And what are some of the ramifications of that? How do we engage with the ITB? How do we engage with the Inkosis and the Indunas around planning and creating healthy spaces and places? And I know one of the arguments that has come to the table says that the approach that is used by local government in trying to solicit input, but also to try and engage communities on a much deeper level, just the approach that we use is not palatable. We don't recognize people, we don't recognize knowledge, we assume, and this is coming from a planning perspective and the administration more at local government level, is that we assume that we have all of the answers. And we never take a step back to say, well, how are things actually done in this municipal space? How has the Inkosi managed this piece of land? And how do we actually enhance it? And I know that this argument has come about more so with the implementation of the Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Act. And the approach that was taken by local government it's almost a very forceful approach, where this is the legislation and this is what we're going to implement and this is what we're going to do. Instead of having it flipped over to say, well, here's a piece of legislation, this is what it aims to do, but how have you been managing your land? Could you share with us? And we don't perhaps recognize indigenous knowledge as much as we should. Prof, that's just a few comments from my side. I want to hand over to you, Prof, and just for your comments around it and input. Thank you.
Okay, firstly, thanks very much to everyone for the really interesting questions. I think in a way, Sub's helped to answer the first question that was asked by IE. And so I think what's important there, the question was being asked, how do you connect the authorities and the people? And I think what I was trying to show in this presentation, so it's still ideas that are forming in my mind and in the work of my team, but and obviously in our work in association with eThekwini municipality, particularly the departments that are working on the Transformative Riverine Management Program, is it's starting to occur to all of us that when you're working in these real spaces, and I mean, catchments again can also be, the Palmy catchment, which we're working in a lot, is quite a small catchment. You obviously get much bigger catchments. We're working in an Umzinyathi catchment as well. Is that when you work in these real spaces that almost have socio-ecological relationships that create kinds of boundaries and senses of identity, you're working with people on real issues on the ground, and you can see the way in which we've been able to co-produce knowledge that's played into informal settlement upgrading, water and sanitation innovation. We've got an early warning flood risk system. So lots of different ways in which it's played into the ways in which we need to work and plan in the city. Is that you start to see when there's a different framing, and it's almost what Subs, I think, was saying, and it answers that first question of Aliyu, I hope I'm saying your name correctly, is that when you're dealing, so Sub said, when you're dealing with the environment, you're dealing with everyday people, you're dealing with everyday things. And then planning, you have this kind of other whole framework that reproduces almost, and I think Lefebvre spoke a lot about this, about the production of space through spaces that are spaces of representation. So planning always abstracts things out, and it has to do that because you've got to have this whole spatial development framework for the city. So it's got to abstract things out. It's got to become more distant from that everyday lived experience, but it doesn't capture that everyday lived experience well enough. And I think that's what Henry Lefebvre really argued in his production of space, is that, and it's actually Liu's main question, is how do you bring that abstraction of space, that bigger strategic planning, and this everyday lived experience of ordinary people's lives, how do you bring those things together and plan for a more sustainable and livable city? And it's really that gap that's got to be brought together. So it reflects on both the questions raised by both the speakers, is that there's this big gap. And as you've said, we reproduce the same kind of plans every year. And so this kind of representation of space keeps happening. But as you go forward, if the city's changing as dynamically as Durban is changing, and you talked about the traditional authority areas that are really city building from below. I mean, the city's being made from below in those spaces. If we keep producing those representative spaces that are getting further and further away from the everyday lived experiences of people on the ground, then they actually become less and less meaningful. And so it goes to your point that you were making, Prashina, about how do you, if you think of these new kinds we've got these planning legislation, we've got policy, we've got practice, and of course, planning is also about order. So we've got to uphold these kind of systems of planning. But how do we make those forms of planning that we traditionally know? And it goes back to, I think, my second slide, where I was saying, what is a planner today? How does a planner respond to all of these kinds of challenges? And how do we think about these representative spaces of planning, which planning really is all about, these spatial tools, these instruments, these frameworks? How do we bring them closer to those everyday lived experiences? And how do we, as the one person put in the chat, how do we draw on the knowledge? Because you saw in that memorandum that the community wrote, they really understood and they wanted to work with the municipality in creating that future. How do we bring those things together? And it's only really through these co-production processes that we can actually achieve that. And so then, this thing about catchment rehabilitation projects, for me, maybe they're not, maybe you can't make a catchment the planning unit, and I fully understand that. But maybe through these other initiatives that are going on in the city, like the Transformative Riverine Management Program, if you let that unfold and you learn from that, how do you draw the knowledge that's being produced in that kind of space? Because it is producing the kind of knowledge that we need. How do we then transfer that knowledge into the kind of planning spaces so that the kind of planning tools and instruments and ways that we do planning can draw on that knowledge from these other spaces and actually use it in planning the future of our city? So these are the kinds of things that I've been trying to think about. And that's what this presentation is really trying to engage with. And I'm sure, all the people on the group have got much better ideas about how we might do that. But it's just been occurring to me that when we see these things evolving in our city through these innovative governance platforms that are actually happening in our city, how do we use that to try and inform planning better? And how do we then address the way in which planning perhaps has become too static and isn't really picking up on the everyday lived experience of our city? And then how do we move that up again to the strategic level of planning of a vision for our city, and whose vision of the city is it going to be? Because I think for me at the moment in Durban or eThekwini municipality, I don't have a strong feeling from our leadership in our city about what the vision for our city is. Like, what is Durban? Who is Durban? What does Durban want to be? We have Bridget's point about the most livable city, blah, 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 for 2030, which is great. And I think we must uphold that. But is there another level where we collectively, we all come together and say, this is the kind of Durban that we want? And perhaps these programs that are happening on the ground, where we're getting the voice, and you saw how I had some of those voices of the people talking about their living conditions and what kind of city they want or what kind of settlement they want. How do we move that into that so that we all get a good sense of what kind of city we want to be? And then how does planning support that? So those are just some of my thoughts, but they still.
Prof, thank you so much. And I think the comment around the fact that we don't pay much attention to the lived experience, we can't stress that enough. And local government is often criticized for pulling the horse before the cart. That scenario always tends to play out. And the fact that we constantly rewrite the same problem year in and year out with no solution. Thank you so much for that, Prof. I just quickly want to read some of the comments in the chat. And it says here from Sinako Biela, the last picture, and she's obviously, or he or she is referring to the last slide, Prof, which says, the last picture is highly controversial and shocking, together with the story behind it, a very insightful presentation. And then Sub's just saying, thank you for the informative presentation, and that she's passionate about how knowledge is created for action and by whom. So thank you so much, Subs. And then we have, we have a colleague of mine. So I'm quite happy to see Sheena here, who's from the National Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. And Sheena is saying that another challenge to the manifestation of deep and meaningful co-production outcomes lies within the design of the project phases, whereby the period, resources, capacity in which public participation is to take place is not adequately invested in. Public participation and, more importantly, co-production is not taken seriously. Instead, it is reduced to project consultation activities. And I think generally that seems to be the trend. It's also something that has come up in the presentation earlier this morning with Prof. Maharaj, where we were speaking about public participation being a tick box exercise and a compliance exercise. So instead of it being, and I was saying that instead of it being a phase, like we would have in the IDP process, for example, or the STF process, that we should actually invest in a fluid public participation process, allowing community members to interact with government at any stage, to raise any question, comment, query, and not necessarily only be available, during a public participation phase, Sheena. So I think this has come through quite strongly. And there was community members over the past week since we've had elections that were also talking in my community around the elections, that you often find politicians coming through to canvass during the period of elections and just before the national government elections, as well as the local government elections. And you don't really engage with these politicians after this period. And should that be normal practice? Should we even be accepting that? Should we not try and foster some sort of engagements, monthly or quarterly? And I know that we have the ward committee system for that, and councillors are then obviously meant to engage with their ward committees and their community members through that process. But I think also that process has been quite challenging and problematic. So the interface between communities and governance is something that I think we all accept is very slim, and it's something that we definitely need to work on. And I think the whole notion of public participation, I know that Salga had a webinar last year on public participation, especially during COVID. And there is an absolute need to invest and to explore other ideas of public participation. It can't be that you go and you project a plan and ask people what do they think about it. I think that sort of tokenism that Professor Maharaj spoke about is absolutely unacceptable in this day and age. But at this stage, Prof, I want to hand over to my colleague, Anele Mthembu, who is also an employee of eThekwini Metropolitan Municipality, and she wants to ask a few questions relating to your presentation, and then she will sum up this portion, and then we will head over into a lunch break. Thank you so much. Anele, over to you. Okay, apologies for that, colleagues. Anele has said to me now that she's just cut off and she will try and rejoin.
Rashina, perhaps one of the things that's interesting for us to debate is, I think one must also think very carefully about what we mean by public participation and what we mean by co-production. And I think one of the things that we need to think about in terms of engagement is that we don't conflate all of these ideas together. And I suppose for us working as researchers, one of the things that's informing our work is sort of more transdisciplinary approaches to work, where so in thinking about co-production, I think co-production is a lot around whoever's leading the governing, the way in which they engage with those that are being governed. When you do co-production, you take on that idea of transdisciplinarity where you see different actors are working together. And I think you even said it when you were talking about the traditional authority areas, where people go into areas as experts or as planners, and they think that everything they know is correct and that they're just going to draw knowledge from others. And as one of the people said in the chat, I think it was that in very important comments that was made about by Mzisi about the fact that people know what they want and they understand what their need is. And I think, often when we talk about public participation, we focus on drawing knowledge from people. So we extract knowledge from people, and that's great. And we need to do that. And we can use that information we extract through the sort of ladder of participation, if we're on those kind of lower rungs of it, that we take information from people and then we as experts do something with it. Whereas when we're talking about co-production, it's a very different kind of process, because what you're doing then is that you're recognizing different ways of framing problems. You're recognizing different knowledge bases. You're recognizing that there's both expert and tacit knowledge that matters. And together, you're co-producing knowledge. So for example, in some of our work, if we're doing a survey, or let's say we're mapping an informal settlement, we don't just create that survey to map that settlement. We will go to that those informal residents living in that settlement, and we'll get them to design the survey that of the things they want to ask. What do they want to map about their community? What's important to them? Because we can go in there and say, right, we need to ask you these kinds of questions so we can create a community-based GIS map of your settlement. But that's us with our framing of what we think matters. And it's the same in the sanitation innovation projects. Whereas if you're co-producing knowledge, you're seeing different forms of knowledge almost in a horizontal way, where everybody's knowledge is coming into the process. And I think that's something that's exciting and that we can think about going forward with planning, is that maybe we've done quite a lot of participation in the form that we've drawn knowledge from people, but have we actually co-produced knowledge with people? Have we had those debates? And that's, Lefebvre's main point about the right to the city. And, as much as you can think about, how realistic that right to the city is contractually at this stage with so much informality in our city and the politics around that. But if you think of what Lefebvre was arguing, it's about the right of everybody to engage in the process of deciding the future of the city. And that's what co-production is far more about. And you made that point when you said how people go out into these areas and we assume everything we know is correct, and we go out and we'll do the planning there. And yet my experience of working in the city is, and across a wide range of things, is this incredible knowledge base that exists on the ground. And we don't draw on that knowledge, and we don't bring that knowledge into the co-production process. So perhaps we need to think a little bit more about what co-production actually means and how do we do that. And obviously in a city, when you're trying to create, develop these big planning frameworks, that's difficult and it takes time. But if you can do it in certain spaces across the city and really get a feel for people in different contexts in our city, then you start to build up a picture of collectively what do we all think the planning and future of our city should be. So I just wanted to highlight that kind of thinking around participation and co-production as perhaps being not quite the same.
Great. No, thank you so much, Prof. And thank you for that clarity. I want to now just hand over to Anela. She's back on the call, and she also has some questions for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Prashina. It's not necessarily questions, but comments, because I think the first time I heard Professor Catherine actually delivering such experienced topics and discussions was when I was still back in university, and she was so passionate about working and engaging with communities, whereby this particular study that they were doing was actually empowering people within the community GPS they were given the GPS system to actually map out where their particular informal settlements were located, and they were able to map out where they lived. And that was an important point for me when I was listening through the discussion, because it gave people a sense of empowerment, and they were able to generate knowledge the way in which they deemed was fit. They got to acquire a skill, and they were able to actually demonstrate their level of understanding. And I think that's something that it might be a bit difficult, especially for the high amounts of people in the city. There's over 3 million people living in eThekwini currently, but it's an important aspect, not only to just plan and produce documents for annual reviews, but to actually empower communities. And it'll take a bit of time, obviously, because what could be working in Curry Informal Settlement Road now might not work for all the informal settlements that are widely spread out in the city. Because what's happening in Amaoti is not what's happening in Umlazi, and it's not what's happening in the informal settlements that are closer to the city. But what's important is to actually hear what people and communities require so that they can be empowered. It's also important to just create a platform where people can get the sense that their voices are heard. And I think that's the most overlooked thing, that we often, well, when you're engaging with people, they often feel as if their voices are not heard. In planning, like you briefly mentioned, we have a system and way in which we plan and actually demonstrate our understanding when we're engaging with communities. But when we actually look at dual governance, there's always that disconnect, because they see, usually when you listen to people engaging when it comes to dual governance, there's always that disconnect whereby people feel as if they don't want to understand planning. But are we as planners understanding the systems that have been put in place in which dual governance actually operates? Do we understand that we don't just do things the same way in which we do when you're preparing like a land use scheme, for example? They might not have a formal document that is adopted by their own council, but they have a way in which they do planning and then a way in which they engage with their communities. And I think it's very important to always adapt and also engage thoroughly with communities and people to actually achieve the overall outcome that we are aiming to achieve. And maybe that's the most important thing, and maybe that's where the gap is when it comes to, would we ever be able to achieve our municipal vision of becoming the most livable and caring city if we just disembark what communities have to say? Or would we actually go back to a more systems-based approach, like Mr. Siana said in the morning, that we need a systems-based approach to actually engage with people so that we can provide or create solutions that will be more centered around them to actually address the issues that they face. And that's what I wanted to share. And my ideas were going through that from both the presentations in which we heard today. And there's more dialogue in the chat. I'll just briefly read. Manfred said, thank you, very enlightening. The only problem I have is that I should completely adopt my presentation now with having the new insight. And then another one was from Shiana. She said that, thanks, Prashina and Catherine, these challenges are even more complex and compounded at the national sphere of government, where policies, guidelines, models, etc. are so very often developed that have a direct impact on local communities and municipal spaces without and often limited municipal involvement, let alone local communities are then expected to implement. And maybe that is the challenge, is that we've got so many policies and strategies and less implementation strategies or ways in which we need to rethink how we actually implement our ideas and everything that we plan so that we can also empower communities.
Thanks, Anele. Thanks for that really, really interesting reflection on everything that's been said. So I think you've really raised so many important things. And I suppose as much as these are challenges and difficulties, and I think that point about coming now down, if you think of that sort of nested idea of the national government level and how far away that is even from municipal government or local government, and then local government to communities, I suppose the strength sits in that we have a very good local government system in South Africa where local government is at the interface with communities. And so, and compared to other countries around the world, we're very fortunate because we only have 3 spheres of government. So if you work in India or Brazil, or even in the UK, there's not this close linkage between national, provincial, and local government. We think it's very weak, but actually, if you compare it to other states around the world, we've actually got a very positive system. But we've just got to find ways of doing that better. And so rather seeing these as challenges that we can't overcome, I think we need to see what we're discussing today as windows or spaces of light that we have to move towards, because we're understanding how important this is. And Durban is the most amazing laboratory for doing this kind of work. because of our dual governance system, because of the way in which informal settlements in the city take hold, and the way in which people build their own resilience and create their own right to the city. And so I think that in our own, and trying not to be too Durban biased, but I think within our city, we have this amazing opportunity to do something different, to think about transformative sustainable development. And I really hope that together, and all of you young people that are part of this, this grouping of planners and environmentalists and geographers, that you'll be able to take these things forward. So I really believe that we've got an exciting future ahead. I think there's enough people that think the same way, and communities think the same way. Communities also want to be part of their future. I mean, that memorandum we had was in a response to not doing a protest, that actually choosing a different strategy and trying to engage the municipality. And of course, then we had all those leadership changes, and that's difficult. But even when the mayor came to Quarry Road 3 weeks ago for elections, they had that memorandum, and we're still going to try and show that to the mayor to say, this is still who we are. We want to work with you so that you don't have this conflict between states and citizens, that we're actually all in this together. And so I'm sure going forward with so much collective thinking around the importance of us building cities for people going forward together, because that's in the end of the day who cities are for, we've got a chance to create this more kind of transformative sustainability. And then of course my concern also is, as you saw in those diagrams, the huge impact on the environment, which is getting worse in our city. And so we need to track back from that. But if we engage with people, and in our work as well, we've seen that people do value the environment. It's just that it's the service failures and the planning, in a sense, planning failures that are not enabling us to actually sustain that environment properly. So I still have a very positive view on everything. And I think that going forward with Durban and with the kind of young people thinking in the way in which they're doing, we've got a huge chance to kind of change our city in that direction. So thank you for summing it up, because you really inspired me and you made me believe it is actually all possible. So thank you, Anela.
Thank you so much, Professor Catherine. We're going to go for a 30 minutes lunch break. We'll be back at 25 to 2, whereby we'll have our third speaker as well as our fourth speaker, Mr. Manfred, as well as Professor Sophia. So for now, we'll be going on a brief break, and we'll hope to join you again in 30 minutes time. Good day, everyone. Thank you for joining us again. Our short brief lunch break is finally over, and now we'll be handing over to our next guest speakers, and Prashina will just provide a brief profile for both of them. Prashina, over to you.
Great. Thank you so much, Anele, and good afternoon again to our audience, our colleagues from around the world and within our province. We will now have a presentation from our international presenter. So first up is Mr. Manfred Schrenk, and I think, Manfred, please correct me if I pronounced your surname or first name incorrectly, and apologies upfront for that. So Manfred has studied spatial planning and regional science at Vienna University of Technology, where he extensively worked on urban and transport planning. His fields of specialization are urban planning and spatial development in information and knowledge society, mobility, and transport planning. He's also done work in international urban development, transport, environmental technologies, GIS, and planning technologies. He is the organizer of the annual International CORP conference. And I said earlier that CORP is Competence Center for Urban and Regional Planning. And I hope that Manfred also just perhaps share some information around this so that we have a better understanding. He has been the Vice President and Events Treasurer for ISOCOP, the International Society of City and Regional Planners, who are also a partner here today at World Planning Day. He's been a board member of the Austrian Society of Spatial Planning and the Deputy President of the Austrian Umbrella Organization for Geoinformation. He is currently the chairman of CORP, like I said before, and lecturer at the Technical University of Vienna, the Institute of Spatial Planning. Manfred, welcome, and over to you.
Thank you very much. Well, as you see, I've changed my camera, so you should have a better resolution. That's a technical issue. I hope I could improve that. Yeah, thank you for the invitation. It's a big pleasure and a big honor to be able to speak today. And I have to say, if I had not listened to the presentations in the morning, it would be easier to give my presentation because, well, it was so inspiring. And I really thought, well, what can I say? Yeah? What can I say? Basically, I only can underline and agree to what has been said. Still, as you got out of my bio, and thank you for the introduction, I think I'm not a pure academic. I was in academic circles for a while, then I got self-employed, then I was leading a research institute. Now I'm back to University of Natural Resources in Vienna, and I start working in academic surrounding again, but still I'm a planner by heart, and planning also means doing in many ways. It's not only doing research, but implementing something. But it gives me the privilege that in comparison to my the former speakers, maybe I don't have to be so precise in my statements, because I just can say that's my experience, and I do not have to do a citation for every word I say. So maybe that helps me to get over this. And if somebody is very critical, I still can say it's my experience, it's my opinion. Okay, is it possible to share the screen? Hello. It would be great if I can switch to the presentation screen.
Manfred, do you need help with sharing your presentation? Do you want me to try to share it?
Yeah. Okay, I should be here. Do you see it?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, you can see it, so I can talk. Well, we have a very wide open field today. It's strengthening the co-production, paradigm, and planning. Yes. Government citizen partnerships, of course. Our special session is in healthy cities, balanced community needs. Yes, you can read it yourself, you know it. And I want to jump into a topic of the relevance of joining events, if joining congresses, conferences, and so on, kind of lifelong learning for planners. Okay, let's go on with this. Okay, so health cities. And as said, I do not do any citations here. If you ask me about, as a planner, as a long-standing planner, what does health cities mean for you? I say, okay, first what comes into my mind is what makes a healthy city. It's the natural environment. Do you have good resources? Do you have fresh air, clean water? How is the microclimate? How is the risk of exposure to natural disaster, robustness, resilience? Okay, that's the setting where you're located, more or less. That's the natural environment. Then you have the urban environment, and we heard some things before already, and I will put it together with transport and mobility sector. It depends where you have your housing areas, how your infrastructure is developed. Do you have enough greenery? Do you have green and blue infrastructure? That's the things that come into my mind. I mean, nothing new for planners. Yeah? Major point of health cities and keeping the health of the population. Is the city walkable? Is the city bikeable? A modern world is the 15-minute city. Can you reach everything by this sustainable modes of transport? Is it active mobility that you stay healthy when doing this? One major point also is, do you get clean water? Do you get electricity? I mean, this might not immediately connect to health cities, but it makes a lot of a difference if you have to struggle every day for getting access to the delivery and to the disposal of whatever you consume. Then it's also about well-being. How about urban services, city lights, barrier-free pathways? Do you have water fountains? Do you have nice places to be? How about your healthcare system, medical system? Are you rootedness? Do you feel kind of a home soil feeling? When you're living in the countryside, you usually are very rooted to the soil, to the ground. Just a question, I'm not sure how to answer it, and I will not give any answers in this presentation. I will ask more questions, but I don't want to confuse you, but the goal is to provide you with some guidance and some information that might be helpful. So is urban farming a topic that can help us to get more rooted in cities? Maybe, maybe not. What are the stress factors in urban development? I have put here pollution. If you have polluted air, water, soil, foods, plants, it's not so nice. It's very noisy. I live 5 kilometers from the airport here, and I'm happy to say that I don't hear any planes. We are living just in the space where there are no planes flying over us. But if you are living just under the pathway where the planes come in, it's not so funny, and the same is true for all the other traffic things. Uncertainty, of course, is a stress factor. Can you pay your rent next week, next month? So that has a big impact on health. So therefore, the next issue I post here is saying trust. Do you trust? How about safety and security of your city? What about vulnerability, natural disasters? Do you have a volcano next door? We had the river basin discussion already. So is there a chance of getting flooded every 5 years or so? So that does a lot to your health and to your well-being. Can you trust in your decision makers, in your political systems? Do you have the right of free speech? Is there a trust in science and technology? Is there a lot of fake news in our times? I think this is getting more and more important. People are unsure what to think because we have so many opinions, we have so many different things, and people do not know what to believe anymore, especially in these times of pandemics. Also this was also a discussion today already. I think sustainability is still the core thing of planning. We have to balance, we have to keep things going, and we have to balance between different interests. Resilience, the resistance, or the shock protection mechanisms are very important for being a health city, for being healthy in the cities. And as said already, rankings do not say much about individual life conditions. This is my thematic contribution, and I said this is not academic, but this is just from experience what I see. So as planners, how do we see us? I think there are some tension fields of urban and spatial planning, yeah, how do you see yourself? How do planners see themselves? How we do see ourselves? What are we? Are we generalists, integrators? Are we specialists? I have it somewhere here. Do you know? Yeah, it's the next line just. Are you a coordinator and integrator, and you know something of everything, but you are not the pure specialist in any of the topics you're dealing with? Are you an expert who knows everything from something, but the something is just a small fraction of the whole picture? This goes along with the question: what do you see as your task? And it, of course, it depends with whom you're working together, what the task is. It can be the strategic level and a long-term thing. It can be tactics to act and react on a certain situation. I lined up a few more of these things here that are not contradictions, but this is a field of kind of tensions where we find ourselves when working in planning. Which perspective do you take? Do you take the bird's eye perspective? I mean, living in Austria and living in the Vienna urban agglomeration, people are complaining here about traffic situation every day, and traffic and transport is the worst thing that you can imagine, and it's the worst city in the world. Interestingly enough, in international rankings, Vienna is always ranked very high in quality of life, so maybe it's not that bad. If you have been to Jakarta, you would not find the traffic situation in Vienna that bad. It depends how you see it. If you're involved in the situation, you have to find solutions, and you have to make people happy in a way, or try to help people to be happy. And from this global perspective, as I said, you can compare Vienna with Jakarta or with Durban or whatever. As a planner, it can also go down to the details, the design things, the urban design issues. I'm not a specialist in that, so will see myself more in the context driven thing. Anyway, the same with technology, people, human resources versus technology. Is it a contradiction? Do you have to choose to solve problems, either if you set on people involvement and human resources, or can technology solve our nowadays problems? It's not either or. It's just two parts, two elements of what we are seeing. What's the contradiction? Is there a contradiction between urban planning and spatial planning and business approach? I will give you an example of that afterwards. Do you plan forward, anticipate what is coming, or you are in the situation that you can just act and react? It depends on the situation where you are. But we are, as planners, we're always in between those things. We have to decide where we are, more or less. Especially when you have administrative systems, maybe well working, but you have to be aware that there might be a difference between who is qualified for doing something and who is certified for doing something. And a friend of mine uses to say, we have much more certified engineers than we have qualified engineers. My choice is to stay qualified, but to do some things, you have to get certificates. It's a thing of the time that we are more and more looking for papers, for permits, for whatever. Bureaucracy is going wild, that you have to have a certificate for everything. And people are just running after it. I think that the university system is one of the problems, that it's so formalized and that they try to make it so. University should be something to free your mind and not to narrow it to get one certificate after the other. My personal opinion, as said in my position, I can say that. Okay, what about cooperation, competition between cities, for example? What about co-opetition? Learning from each other. On the other hand, compete on human resources, on companies that come to you. But this is something always going on. Just one word about planners and architects. If planners, and I guess most of us here are planners, well, when do you know that you make a good job? Basically, if nobody knows you and things are going smoothly. If you have problems in urban development every day and you get into the headlines of the newspaper, then you know you failed, because you have a big traffic problem, you have a big settlement problem, you have a big housing problem. As planners, you only get into the news if something goes wrong in the city. As architects, more or less, you should be outstanding, remarkable. You should have your buildings. This is your business card. You have done that. Usually, the planner's work is not noticed at all. If it's not noticed, it's like with a trainer in a football team. As long as everything goes good, the trainer is not important. As soon as you fail, it's the trainer's problem and fault. Okay, to the main topic of this session that we have here today, I just have to see public participation. I have my very own opinions on it. It is a very wide field. One of my major questions is, when we talk about participation, is always who is eager to get involved. The major problem I see in all these participation things is that people really relevant hardly have time and hardly are interested to get involved. Sorry, don't get it wrong, and especially those who are actively working and with public participation, I completely believe that everybody is doing a great job and everybody tries to get a very broad opinion and range of opinions. But I have seen so many participation processes where I had retired primary school teachers and pensioners that have enough time to get involved in such fields, but maybe they are not the most relevant persons to shape the future. So I'm, as planners, we are still specialists, and we still have an overview, and we should have our own opinion, and we should know how to select or how to implement such participation processes, that they are not dominated by people that just have a shout out loud and have enough time to do that. Okay, let's go on. One of my topics today I said I have an offer. Yeah, I don't have solutions, but I have an offer. And one of the things is, and it was mentioned, I'm organizing international conferences and congresses since more than 25 years now. We will jump to the website in a minute. So why are congresses, conferences, fairs, seminars, online events like today so important for us? Cities are the most complex invention of mankind. I put this here, and I have no doubts that this thing is true. The question is, can anyone understand the city in its whole complexity? And I don't think this is possible, that one single person can understand the whole complexity. Can you simulate the city? Can you plan a city? Maybe to a certain extent. Important is to understand how does a city work, who are the actors. I will show you a graphic on this in a minute. Answer to above questions, no, there's not one single person that can understand the whole city and steer the whole city. It's permanently changing development, and as planners we have an important part on this thing, but we have to continue learning and educate ourselves, exchange with others like we do now, learn from each other, develop further, is just indispensable on all occasions. I will give you the picture of the corporate nutshell to a starship and beaming in a minute. Okay. Complexity of urban management, and oh, sorry, I have the German-speaking slide in it, but anyway, it's easy. On the left-hand side, you see a game for little children. You only have 32 actors on a field, but they are very limited what they can do. I guess you are aware of the complexity of chess. As soon as you have done 5 moves, it's impossible to predict. It's the greatest human genius in the moment loses against artificial intelligence already because of this massive calculation power. But what do you do with a city, with a real city? On the left-hand side, you have this 32, 16 on each side, actors who are very limited. In a real city, actors, important companies, international investors, whoever can come in each minute and can turn back again, go out again. Things can change. Everybody, there's a lot of hidden agendas. We had the discussion already today that city planning, urban planning should be completely transparent. From the heart, I completely agree with this opinion. If it is a wise thing, I don't know, because you can be sure that investors in many cases have hidden agendas. So that might be a kind of an unfair competition if the one has to play with open cards and the other one can have its cards closed. Open cards on both sides would be necessary, but we would need some regulatories to have that. Just a complete simple thing on general understanding of urban planning. There's a big difference. I asked the question before. The difference between business and planning. In businesses, it's quite clear. You want to win. You want to be the winner. There's one winner, one loser. In urban planning, it's different. You don't want to have one winner or loser. You want to have kind of a long-term perspective of living together, of having a community, giving people a good life. If you say healthy cities, where people can unfold. And I had this thing about the nutshell to the starship before. Let's see what the next slide is. Okay, and I will tell this story now. Can you steer a city? Can somebody understand a city? Can you say where it should go? And I would like to ask a basic question here. Well, if you are a city and you want to develop somewhere, what are your options and opportunities? If you are a prosperous city, maybe you can say we have a strategic plan, and in 10 years we want to be here, in 20 years we want to be here, and we can have a huge investment. If you are not such a rich city and don't have so much taxes and whatever, what can you do? This statement from before, are you a cork or a nutshell? Are you a spaceship? The first thing that you need is, if you are thrown into the ocean or into the water, you have to keep floating. And this is what basically a cork or a nutshell can do. They keep floating, they keep on the surface, but you have no steering instrument where you want to go. In a nutshell, you can already set a sail, and with a sail, and the nutshell can get bigger and bigger, and then you have a sailboat, you can already decide where you want to go. Not depends on the winds. You can go against the wind, but it's not so easy. But still, you have an opportunity. You are not a cork anymore. You're already a nutshell with a sail. You're already a sailboat. Then you can have a steamboat that can really say, I want to go into that harbor. Why does it say a spaceship? We are experiencing new technologies. At the moment, we're in a very rapid phase of new technology, where you can more or less say, okay, let's go into beaming. I want to stay in two places at the same time, or I want to switch with no time from one place to another. It always depends on your resources. Are you a cork or are you a starship? And how can you move? What the strategic goals can be. This was the intro. So I said I have some references for you. I hope I have some help for you. I tried to keep the watch in my eyes, but I still think I have 2-3 minutes with this. I would like to invite you to a conference website. As said, I'm doing international conferences for quite a long time now, and happy to do that. Okay, I'm looking for my notes. There we go. This is called Corp. Here down there you have the link www.corpat, and I'm very happy that we have very good relations to South Africa with this conference. Trinus Gumba was one of our first speakers here that we had. Falco Musakwa was here. Meanwhile, we had Professor Hope here in some of the activities, and I think a lot of young academics from South Africa have been presenting. The special thing is, and why I lead you to this is, that we have an archive where you can find all the papers back to 1996 when we started it. This might not be interesting because the first years we were only a more or less local conference, but from 2000 on, we had English-speaking contributions, international things, and sometimes it might be funny to reference to this. I'm not sure if this is working now, but I would like to switch to the website. Sorry. Come on. This is. Do you see the website now, or do you see? Am I still in the PowerPoint?
You're still on the PowerPoint.
Okay, so maybe we have to. Okay. Maybe it does not work to switch to the website, so I have to tell you. Okay, I will just tell you. Maybe it's easier. The thing is that on this side, and please try those links. This is the main page. This is a thing that we do outside. we do, as said, we do this for 25 years. We usually have about 250 participants from all over the world. And we have about 150 presentations and papers. The important thing, everything is completely open. The procedures from this year is 150 papers with more than 1,500, 1,400 pages of finest planning literature that you can use for research, and you have a search function on the website, and you can easily find, for example, if you look for urban health now, then it brings to you, or if you look for South Africa, it brings to you all the things. So I see it as a resource that can be used. And we are not the only conference that makes the papers available, but we were one of the first ones, and they asked us if we are crazy that we make it available for free. Meanwhile, a lot of people do it. And the last line here in the summary of the materials, Archive Corp AT, you find all the papers, the photos, the videos of the last years, and I invite you to find that. Most of you know how to participate in a conference. Just to say it, you have to find a good conference, and you should find a sponsor, because this sometimes is costly. And you should have a good abstract. And if you are going into academic career, if you want to have publications, those things are important. But for me, the publications are is not the main thing. You meet people there, and you can talk to everybody. You can talk to senior professors easily in such settings, which can be very useful. Okay, as we are short in time, you are better in Google than I am, so you find the relevant websites that you're looking for. Just today, in parallel, on the other computer that's beside me here, I'm following the ISOCAP opening, the annual Congress of International Society of City and Regional Planning, where I'm a long-standing member, and many colleagues from South Africa are long-standing members. This year's Congress is in Doha, and they are just opening. The opening was going in parallel with this conference. Everything else you know, and you find it. Also the associations. I want to end with something. Never forget the fun. As a planner, take the bird's eye perspective and look at the things in a different way, and then it can be funny to have such associations, and sometimes you see something that just is kind of mind-opening. You might find it funny, you might find it nonsense, but the thing is, don't lose the humor, see things with another perspective. This is helpful. So my recommendations: keep working strong, stay curious, euphoric, keep learning. Sometimes don't take things too serious, and don't lose your humor. Okay, thank you for your attention. I know it was longer than I expected, because I thought I just had some slides, but okay. Once I start talking, it's hard to stop talking. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Manfred. You were actually well within time. I just want to extend my utmost gratitude for being part of our breakaway room session. This is now your question and answer session, whereby if anyone has any questions or comments on the overall presentation, you can share it on the chat, or you can unmute yourself to have an open dialogue. I find it so important, especially your last slide, whereby you say that we shouldn't take certain things too seriously, and for us to not lose our sense of humor. So important when we consider one of the tenets of our breakaway room session, when we talk about health and well-being, especially in the context of a global pandemic, whereby we saw so many people actually being more open and vocal about suffering from mental health and the challenges of actually working in isolation or all the difficulties that they experienced, and so many people employed different strategies to actually keep going. So that's very important, and it was a good way to summarize all of your slides, whereby you were actually pointing out that it's important never to lose yourself, especially in different professions, to always keep going and look at the bigger picture.
Everything clear, no questions. No, if I may add here, we had this discussion about the ranking of citizens before. I'm kind of lucky to sit in the Vienna region, and the Vienna is whenever it comes to international rankings, and so Vienna is always positioned very high, and I can only agree on that. Because I think it really has good quality of life, but in the end, it doesn't say anything about the individual quality of life. You can live in Lagos and you can have a wonderful life there. It depends on your social status, your position, whatever. You know it perfectly from South Africa, as far as I know the country. I've never been there, but I've heard that it's a wonderful country, but some people are not very privileged and others are very overprivileged. So you have these contradictions everywhere, and all these rankings give kind of an average that in the end doesn't mean anything. But what our role as planners is to have the whole picture somehow in mind, and to try to improve the overall situation and not follow particular interests, usually.
Thank you so much. Kathy has her hand up, Manfred. I think she has something to say or a question. Kathy, you can go on.
Thank you. Thank you, Manfred. Thanks for the really interesting presentation, setting out all these different ways of thinking about almost how you fit into the world, I think. I mean, that was sort of what struck me with part of your presentation is, well, in fact, maybe all of it is to think about this idea of always learning. So your encouragement to people to engage in spaces where, as you said, there's not always easy solutions, but the whole point about life is this ongoing learning and sharing of ideas, and obviously you've shown us how to do that. But I was really interested in that slide you had where you had the what did you have on the headings, the general and in the specialist, I think it was, you know, that table that you did. And I thought that was interesting because often talking to students, I think in today's world, I always say to students, in some ways they're very lucky, or younger researchers today, because the world is so eclectic and they borrow knowledge and put it together from so many different sources. But so you, in some ways you have a lot of freedom, but because you have a lot of freedom, you don't often identify your own position. So, you know, they kind of move between so many different spaces. And yet what you were saying in that table, you know, if you think of being like a generalist or a specialist, or are you a planner or an architect, or so who are you in the room? Like what role are you taking on? And you might take on different roles in different situations. But I was just wondering, you know, and your table made me really think about that, just, you know, and I was thinking in terms of people on this group, you know, how often do people reflect on that and think, you know, in my role, in what I'm doing today, in my work, this very day, with the things that I'm trying to deal with, what perspective am I taking? Am I a specialist trying to give input on one direct thing, or am I trying to be a generalist weaving things together? And so I think, as you've said, from your working experience, you've obviously realized how important that is. And I suppose it's really a question to you about how do we keep encouraging people, or what enables people to think about that, to know where they fit in, because we don't often ask younger people or our students even that we're teaching these kinds of questions. And so, you know, perhaps through your working world, what triggers that in you to keep making those distinctions that help you do your work better?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I would say the interesting thing is just imagine. I mean, you said it. Even yourself, myself, could be in different roles and different processes and different projects. And I have the pleasure to have been a researcher at university and knowing the university system. After a lot of years, basically, I was at Technical University and now back to the University of Natural Resources. And I have to try to get into the academic circus again, which is interesting and which is a challenge, and which I want to do because it's a privilege to work with a scientific background. But I have seen public administration, and it works differently. And I have been running my own company for more than 20 years. And if you're running your own company, sometimes your major thing is, how do I pay my people at the end of the month? And then sometimes you have to answer the question, well, is this for the benefit of mankind, or is this for the benefit of my company? And you should not forget to ask this question. And sometimes you cannot say, I spend all my everything, and I'm just doing it because I'm a planner and I'm educated as a planner, and therefore I have to do everything for free. It's like with a doctor. A doctor is here for mankind, to help mankind, and he has he has sworn to do the best for humanity and whatever he can. But sometimes in planning we forget about to value the things that we are doing, as most of our colleagues are in public administration and have their payment every month, or at academic things, and those who are out in the private economy are often criticized by the others because they are going into commercial projects. But sorry, this is just a normal thing, that you learn something and that you offer your talent to somebody who knows, who needs it. And basically, I would be very happy to see more planners in the private economy, because it would just strengthen the understanding of how planning works with companies like developers or whatever that come from the purely commercial field and only see the numbers and tables and calculations and have no general understanding. So having more people out in the private economy with a planning background might be beneficial for the whole profession, because it could widen our horizon very much. I don't know if this answers your question.
No, I think it is. It's important, as you say, to think of what your role is and where you're going to make your contribution and what you're balancing. And I think it's interesting for perhaps younger planners in South Africa. Most of them probably think of going into government, working in, as you say, in public administration, and they forget the role of planners perhaps in these broader spaces of the private sector, universities to a certain extent. But I think a lot of our younger planners would probably think of the fact that they're going to land up in public administration, but there are other roles to play. And maybe it's that point about where you have your influence, where you feel like you can make a difference. And it's difficult sometimes to go into the private sector because people would see, particularly perhaps in our context, Bridge was talking about these, mega projects and these large scale developments. So if you're a planner for those, you kind of seem sometimes to be undermining the kind of social justice things that we'd all be arguing for from a university. Yep. But you realize all of these things have to come together in one way or another. So maybe it's just being respectful and open to all of the different places that people find themselves and learning from each other and trying to work together. But I think it's that point you made to be aware of, just to have this more sharper perspective on who you are, what role you're playing, and what you can do, and how you make that contribution at the end of the day. So thank you. Thanks.
Especially if you talk about these big scale projects, the question is, what is the better result if they have planners with a special ability to bring things together and have a kind of a holistic view if you have them involved also in the side of developers and make the developers clear from the inside that sometimes their short-term economic decisions, short-time driven economic decisions are not the best decisions if you see it in midterm and in long term, because you have to maintain things and you whatever. So it might be much better to have some planners involved on the developers side with their own interests and with private investments than to have just this kind of a position play. Here is the public administration and here are the academics, and there are those awful money-hungry developers. This is not the case anymore. Many planners are already working in real estate development, and I think it's good for the profession to have them there because they do not lose their holistic view of the thing, and it's good discussion partners if you want to get better results for the community, because you can discuss on the same level, and even if they are interested in profits, and that's what private companies have to do, it's much better to have somebody that understands the argumentation than to have somebody that says not interested at all. Here's my calculation sheets and that's it, and that's how we make the decisions.
Yes, oh, sorry, my camera's going on and off. Thanks, Manfred. No, I think that's really, it really is interesting about, I suppose, because if you think of planning, what you're saying, it's this overarching view, and it's this vision that people have, and people come at that vision from different perspectives. And so it's how, as planners, if you can influence all of those perspectives going forward, then perhaps we can come, we get closer to that goal of these more sustainable environments. So I think that's also interesting for everyone to think about, in which spaces we all fit into and how collectively we work together to achieve these goals. So that was really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so
much, Manfred, for all that you've shared with us. And it's quite important that you mentioned a very crucial point, that we're always learning. We are in a system that's always encouraging for us to learn from one another, be it from your experience, your lived experiences, your professional experiences, or your background in academia. And that's why it's so important not only to engage in conferences, but also I really do tend to focus a lot more on literature that is always produced, to learn more and get new ideas of thinking, because my argument today might differ tomorrow. And that's the power of knowledge generation and knowledge sharing. So it's a very important aspect in my overall development as a young professional, and also my keen interest in research. So thank you so much. We really appreciate it. I'll be handing over to Prashina to introduce our next speaker. Thank you. Bye.
Great. Thank you so much, colleagues. I want to now introduce and recognize Professor Sophia Mercado. And I just want to quickly reflect on her bio. So Professor Mercado is an architect who lectures at the Lisbon School of Architecture in Portugal. She holds a MSc in Contemporary Architectonic Culture and Modern Society, and a doctorate degree in urbanism. She's based in Lisbon. She's actively involved in international and national research networks, and she has also spoken and lectured in several countries around the world. Her research interests include contemporary urbanism, urban planning and design, and the metropolitan realm. Welcome, Professor Mercado, and over to you. Thank you. Prof, we cannot hear you.
And now you can.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
So thank you for such a nice welcoming. I would like to thank the kind invitation, to thank my previous fellow presenters. It will be very difficult to fill in these big shoes, and obviously to thank Prashina, Nel, Solisha for such a nice and kind welcoming throughout these days. So today I'm going to, may I share my screen with you? May I share the screen?
Yes, you may, Prof.
So I'm going to share with you, I hope. Now you are looking at it, right? So I'm going to present a case and to briefly reflect in this topic, how green is health and well-being. And I'm going to focus mostly in Lisbon because that's the city I studied most. Nevertheless, I must also state that whenever I can, I visit other cities, and I like to learn a lot, not only with fellow scholars, but especially and mostly with students, and above all with the technical teams which are usually so well prepared to assist and to intervene in the city. So this is also my acknowledgement to their important work. Of course, this was the Heron's list you provided me with, this topic about health and well-being, which of course is a very important issue. It was already before this terrible pandemic we have been living in. And whenever I'm asked to present something, I usually go to the basics, let's say. So I went to revisit a couple of issues. One of them was, and we have been listening so often, that health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. And I would like to bring together the constitution of the World Health Organization as an important charter of the United Nations, and to state that this was exactly put together, managed to bring to an agreement to convey, like, let's say, an agency joining together so many nations around common values and common concerns, which was the United Nations immediately after the Second World War, and the terrible impacts it has brought upon humanity, and not only. So it's always nice to see that I only included nota bene gender and other inclusivity updates would be welcome these days. But the Constitution is globally up to date. So when we look at it, governments do have the responsibility for health and their peoples, or at least they should be responsible. The other thing is that in between, we have come up and we are already developing and building upon the UN Agenda 2030, which I had the pleasure, which launch I had the pleasure to assist directly in Kuala Lumpur a couple of years ago. But again, the Sustainable Development Goal 3 about health and well-being, good health and well-being is already putting an emphasis within the 17 SDGs. I'm not going into all goals, obviously, but to achieve a universal health coverage, including financial risk protection, access to quality essential health care. For example, increase health financing and recruitment, strengthen the capacity of all countries. All of this is very important. And in addition to this, I would say that besides health in this sometimes medical but also psychosocial approach is from day to day, including more and more this concept of well-being. And well-being includes several other aspects, and sometimes they are not tangible. They can be well-being while living in a certain city for a certain moment in time under specific conditions, but the well-being also addresses issues that relate with mental health. And mental health is obviously a difficult topic because it's so stigmatized, but it's also a not very well-known topic in its all ranges and spans. I'm not going to dwell in that. I would rather approach these aspects of how when receiving a master plan that seeks to integrate and transform an ecological municipal network into a network of green corridors and parks, what happens when a city decides to do that. That's what happened in Lisbon ever since 2012. And further on, Lisbon was awarded with European Green Capital Award in 2020, which allowed us to develop mostly the stitches between the corridors and to develop some of them. And some of them have been discussed for many, many years. And this year, we received this European Sports Capital Award, which obviously tackles in a very close way with health, but also well-being. So I'm going to, I hope, to explain to you how this works. Since we are speaking from so many different places in the world, I thought it would be useful to say that Lisboa, as we say, or Lisbon, is a city and the capital city of Portugal. Portugal is a very small country, especially when comparing to the African countries. We only have around 10 million people, and we are aging. We are losing population. The other thing is that we are located in the westernmost area, fringe of Europe. So sometimes we become rather peripheral, but at the same time, that allowed us to run, discover, and to sail around the world and to meet so many different cultures. And that comes and is embedded in our city. So our city is a very old city. I'm not going to address it from the metropolitan viewpoint. I could, but I'm going to focus in a special place in Lisbon. So here is my city. Allow me to call it my city because I love my city and I keep on studying it. And just last week, I can share that with you, and I'm going to do that for the next 2 weeks with my several students. We have been, or at least I have been, learning new things about things I knew a bit, obviously, but we have walked 20 kilometers on Thursday and 9 on Friday, just to show hints and to give hints about the urbanization of this city. Apparently, it looks very dense and rather compact. It is. It's a traditional Mediterranean-like city with very different superimpositions. And you are following me. So the Castle Hill is here. I'm not going to discuss all these places. They are very old. Castle Hill and all these areas go back even before the Romans. And the first boulevard is now a green corridor. I'm going to concentrate myself in the Alcântara green corridor. Excuse me, I'm having some problem with the so this is roughly my excuse me, I think I need to Prashina, could I interrupt the sharing, please? I'm having a
Yes, Prof, I think that's perfectly fine. Maybe just stop sharing and then perhaps just to retry.
Yeah, because I don't know what's happening. Ever since last week, we have been experiencing several troubles. I cannot.
Professor Sophia, should I not share my screen because I have your presentation on my end?
Yes, but I added a couple of things this morning, so this is really terrible. Yes, please, if you can, let me try again. I don't know. These days, all things seem to be very difficult.
I've shared it.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Just let me know how I can maneuver so that you can continue presenting.
I think I've just managed to copy the thing. I'm going to copy it and I'm going to share it again, okay?
All right, I'll stop sharing.
Is it okay now?
Prof, I suggest that if you're struggling with your slides, don't stress too much about it. Perhaps just take us through it. If you can't, or Anelia has also offered just to help out to project, and then you can kind of guide her.
You don't see the slides, right?
We do.
You do. So I think now it's going to work. So in a very brief way, I'm just going to detail a little bit more about this corridor. Alcântara used to be one of the edges of the city of Lisbon because it's such a stepped valley that the city simply ended here, where the railway station, which will be a cultural space, will be. So this use Alcântara actually means the bridge, a stone bridge that would allow people to enter the city over a stream. Obviously, we cannot see the river anymore. And the river has an important problem because it drains over 7 lines of water, which are, I don't know if you can see my mouse, which are mostly located by Alcântara, by the railway station up here in the north. So in a way, and ever since climate change started to introduce major changes in our cities, one of the issues we already had, because due to the infill, the arbor infill, the older settlement became at a lower level, and of course we are in an estuarium. So whenever there was a large precipitation per a very short period of time, and then if we were experiencing a high tide moment, everything became flooded. And these days, one of the major issues the city is addressing by intervening in these corridors is exactly that drainage problem, which is of a major impact. I believe Kathy Sutherland presented us something about that, although in a totally different scale. But since the city has so many people living in a very compacted way, you can see that Alcântara, this corridor, is also a very infrastructural one. So it used to be where the city ended. It was more or less like living in the edge. So inside and by the river, we are now observing several interventions which are more directed to, and now I'm going to blink my eye to Manfred, to let's say real estate and to private developers working together with the city council, because these are small urban design units. One of them is an important, very large hospital, and the other one will receive, Alcântara 21 was one of the first, and the other one will receive high standard housing and also services. So it's promoted by Hyatt Residencies. That is something that has been happening over the last 2 years. However, this place has a mixture of different socio-economic backgrounds, and also it holds different services, ecosystem services, obviously, but also services like my own school, which is within this University of Lisbon campus, within Monsanto Forest Park. I must share with you that originally Portugal is not a very forested park. Our forests are Mediterranean, that is olive trees, cork trees. So these sort of forests are all artificial. And as you can imagine, when we have artificial forests and obviously plants, we are not addressing biodiversity issues in the most efficient way. So that is one of the issues these green corridors have been tackling with. So they have been introducing these sort of important regional autochthon species, and we have been assisting to regain in biodiversity, but also we have been trying to introduce lots of activities for people, like bicycle lanes, playing grounds, and also increasing the capacity of the urban rehabilitation plans. This is a very simple map of our municipality with all the detailed plans, urban design, and the urban development plans. And the one we are speaking about is this one, Alcântara. I'm going to show you. So we can see now the superimposition of the green corridors. They are a lot with other green spaces. Obviously, they exist per se. They don't need other works besides the ones they already have under the Department for Green Spaces and Environment. And there is a clear interrelationship between the green corridor of Alcântara and obviously the waterfront area, because it's a major intrusion possible area for water. But let's go to the superimposition of fabrics, since this used to be an industrial edge and is becoming a centrality in a green corridor, especially because we have been introducing and developing also soft mobility, introducing and trying to decarbonize the city with regard to mobility, but also to increase the capacity addressing urban continuity so that people can really walk. So we usually have walkable cities, but the Alcântara Valley was a really difficult place due to the due to the superimposition of large capacity infrastructures. So I'm going to bother you a bit with historical cartography, just to show you how an edge this used to be, and finally coming to the urban green spaces in Alcantara Green Corridor. And then walking as usual, because healthy and well-being really contributes to general well-being. So these are a couple of pictures taken from the different places. So we can see that in Rua da Junqueira, which is a former palace area, we can see the transformation. We can see the transformation of the green corridor from a very beautiful aqueduct from the 18th century, and then last, the neighborhood in its different aspects. So thank you very much, and I wish you a really healthy and happy day.
Thank you very much, Professor Sophia. I was truly intrigued by the history of Lisbon and the beautiful architecture and the bull form. It was really, really beautiful. I'm sure walking through it is a dream.
Yes, it is. Sometimes it's not as dreamlike as we would like to, but I can say that over the last years we have been doing lots of progresses towards that.
Professor Catherine has a hand up.
Thank you, Sylvia. Thank you so much for introducing us to your amazing city and for giving us a sense of its geography and its history. And I thought it was so intriguing to me to see you also talking about rivers and talking about green corridors. And if you think of Lisbon and Durban, in so many ways, they're so far apart, they're so different. You've got a compact city, we've got a sprawling city, we've got different histories, I guess. You've got an old European city, we're a colonized African city. So one often thinks of these huge differences between our cities. Sorry, I must put my video on again. We often think of these huge differences between our cities, but then if you look past that, there's actually so many similarities in a way. And I thought it was intriguing that with the sort of broad brief that we had for this presentation, we both ended up talking about river corridors in different forms and the rehabilitation of those corridors. One, the rehabilitation of rivers within a highly industrialized and urbanized city, recreating nature in that space. And in my case, using rivers and corridors to protect this ecological diversity and richness that we have in our city. And so, you know, it's really telling to me that in both of us talking about planning and healthy cities, and I loved your idea about walking through the city, because certainly in our cities, we have a mix of that, but that actually rivers and this kind of green infrastructure was really seen as the way to go forward to create these more healthy and livable cities. So I thought that was really interesting, that I just wanted to comment back on, and to also raise, you know, Jenny Robinson in her book, Ordinary Cities, wrote about that actually, you know, when we compare cities between the South and the North, we often overemphasize the differences, or we kind of compartmentalize. And I think Manfred was making the same point about talking about Austria and where he comes from. And, you know, that in Vienna, there's, you know, depending on where you are, if you're in Vienna or Lagos, you will have different perspectives on who you know, how you feel about your city. But here we have Lisbon and Durban, and in some ways so different, but in other ways so similar. And the interventions, the planning interventions that we're making are exactly the same. They're just in different contexts. So kind of also your presentation really raised for me this idea about ordinary cities, that actually all cities around the world share these common things. And maybe we are starting to make progress, as you said, because we're all moving towards the greening of our cities, restoring ecological infrastructure, looking after rivers, and that's going to help both human and environmental well-being. So I found that very interesting in the way that you presented what you did. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Catherine. It was a lovely comment. And I also felt when you presented that there were already commonalities, obviously. And whenever we have the opportunity to visit other cities and to speak with other colleagues and technicians, we always learn that there are several issues which are very much alike, despite the apparent variety of cities, cultures, peoples. But obviously in the end, we are the same. And we have been struggling so much for, let's say, bringing the green, the blue and the blue into the cities again, and to let's say, to intervene in a more conciliatory way with the environment, that I believe that worldwide we have been trying at least to do our best. And Manfred was also pointing out to that important issue of looking at us as a community of different people, trying to offer their expertise. And even going before to Brij Maharaj, I don't know if he's with us, I hope so. I also liked very much the way Brij presented what well-being was. So it seems that we are pretty much on the same page, and being able to discuss with all of you is always a pleasure and always a learning experience. Last but not least, you are very welcome in Lisbon whenever you would like to come.
Thank you, Sophia. Yeah, and you equally welcome in Durban. And I think what's so interesting as well is that you know, in so many European cities, you're trying to bring nature or these corridors back into these highly urbanized cities. And we have, you know, as I tried to show just very quickly, but we have this sort of disappearing, we've still got a lot of ecological infrastructure and environmental resources, thankfully, in Durban, but that's under pressure. And so it's also important for us to learn about this kind of urbanization process, I guess, and to value our natural resources. Fortunately, across the board, I think in our city we do, but the pressure of urbanization means that can disappear quite quickly. So it's that balancing. But I think, as you say, to feel really positive that everybody still seems to be moving in a positive direction, both for quality of life, for human well-being, including things like mental well-being, what quality of life means, as Brij said as well, and that the environment is so important to that. You know, the green, so-called green environment, which is both people and nature together, that's really important for well-being in cities. So it was really great to see what you were saying and to see that evolving in Lisbon.
Thank you, Catherine.
I think one of the challenges with the livable cities, as you mentioned, the challenges that you've experienced in your own city was that it may appear to be great, but there are challenges obviously experienced. I think in South Africa in particular, the main reason why we may not be more, even though we advocate for walkability and all of those aspects to improve health and to create greater pockets of within cities and greater spaces for everyone to engage and participate and socialize in. But the issue of safety is something that is a great concern, especially for women and children. So certain aspects, we might not experience them to their totality because of such challenges, but I do hope that maybe one day we'll create safer environments and spaces that are inclusive and non-discriminatory for everyone who wants to be within the city and participate and socialize and work, so that we can achieve the overall health and well-being as demonstrated in your presentation.
Yes, Anel, thank you. That is a very important issue. One of the things I didn't refer to was that the Alcantara Valley, obviously due to the way it evolved, very much interlinked with industrializations. Industrialization had important social problems, and it wasn't at all a safe place, especially in the northern part. Actually, it was a very difficult place where the major drug traffic occurred. So that was one of the challenges to overcome, to eradicate all that area of poverty, but also so dangerous when speaking about the dependencies and the traffic and all that evolves. So these days, I think that it doesn't represent such a risk anymore. Still, we need to be aware that safety and security. Well, they are not exactly the same. They are not equal or homogeneous in each city. Usually when we go and visit, for example, Vienna, which is a very beautiful city, we go, at least I go as a tourist. So it is only after a couple of visits that we really start to acknowledge and to visit, let's say, the ugly spaces and the ones we don't want to show everyone. Of course, we do have such places, but I'm very happy to say that those issues, even if they do subsist, because they do, and we can also identify different moments in time in the valley and in other parts of the city where housing has been receiving people who were reallocated or rehoused, and this housing is always seeking for a mixed land use, so it's not an isolated thing, and walking is always possible. Well, there are some parts where it is not possible because of cars, not yet, but at least, by the way, people are allowed to cross that beautiful aqueduct, but using their bikes on Sundays and on foot as it used to be in the 19th century. So even at that level, things are very much evolving in a positive way.
Thank you for that. Manfred has a hand up. I don't know whether it's a comment or a question. Manfred, you can go ahead.
Yes, thank you. You see, I changed. I have my Austria t-shirt on now. The thing with safety and security is such an interesting question, and I think it has to do with a lot to do with how rooted our people are. What does we are spatial planners, we are urban planners, we are architects, or whatever, but our main dimension we're working with is physical space. And one thing that I'm really interested in, what makes a community is the space we are living in. Still the thing that brings us together poor, rich, medium, whatever, and do we share the same space and do we have the same interest? But does the middle class in Lisbon, in Durban, in Vienna, in Texas have more in common with the middle class in those cities than they have with the poor and with the rich? And where do they have their community? Because they have this a lot of this change to social media, and it might make it difficult to have the same interest. The one think they are safe anyway because they can afford security and whatever. The others think they're so underprivileged that they don't have to be afraid. And there's maybe a thing in between where you are afraid for what reason ever. The thing is, how much do we care about our physical surroundings and what brings together the people? Is space, is the identity of space still a thing that is important? Sophia, you're mentioning when you're coming to Vienna, more or less, you realize you can. I would say I don't know any place in Vienna where I wouldn't walk alone at night as a man in my age. Yeah? I'm not sure if I would walk as a woman in your situation in some places. Yeah? Maybe, most probably, nothing would happen, but maybe I would not do it. But the interesting thing is that even in the most quotation mark, most dangerous zones, usually you have an interest of those who have the interests there, that they don't have the police there every day. So even the gangsters make a place safe, which might be a contradiction, but they are not interested to be in the headlines every day and say this is dangerous warfare. So it's really quite an interesting thing. How strong is the binding to space and place, and what has been moved out, and we do not even care about our neighbors or whoever lives in the thing. We just want to use the city. We are not searching the first contact to the neighbors, but we have much more interchange with people with the same education, with the same intellectual background, somewhere over the world. And so we do not care so much about the immediate surrounding. It's a big privilege to be in South Africa now with virtual, yeah? Wow. To be in Lisbon virtually. Wow, yes. But at the same time where we do this, we are not talking to our immediate neighbors. And this is it's kind of an eroding thing, of course, because we only online, and we have seen it in the pandemic the last 1.5 years, and it seems to continue. We go more and more into this virtual media, and how much do we still take care of the built environment and the space? What clue does the space still have? What keeps us together? What is the secret to keep us together, even if we are from different social backgrounds, educational backgrounds? So this, I guess, is quite an interesting thing. There's a lot to do with the aspect of safety and security, because if you have one mayor of Budapest said it, in my own living room, I do not throw it when I'm ready with smoking. I do not throw the cigarette on the ground. But if I'm a citizen there, if I'm an inhabitant there, but if I'm just a user of this neighborhood, I do not care, because they shall clean it afterwards. Huh? So it depends how you behave. It depends on how you feel there.
I think I can understand where you are trying to, what you are trying to reach. However, perhaps in our case, you know that Portugal is well known. Obviously, we are not perfect. No one is. But it's not only a matter of socio-economic diversity, but also a cultural, ethnic, so we are very multicultural. And in the public space, we usually tend to see everyone represented. So that is a baseline I would like to underline. Excuse me. So in a way, inclusivity and equality is something to which we give a lot of importance. For example, we have a district where more than 60 nationalities live. And when the pandemics came, the leaders of the different religious communities were directly involved and joined together in trying to assist whoever was in need. So I believe that as far as possible, obviously, we are rather open. Of course, we have problems. Everyone has problems, but we look very much for this to overcome any inequalities that still subsist in the city. And obviously, public space is one of the, let's say, glue. It's the glue that puts everything together. And if anyone feels safe and well and happy and at ease in a certain public space, I think that's already very nice. I also walk, I go everywhere, and I don't feel, I know that people coming from other countries, unfortunately, cannot say the same. It's a difficult topic. I think we need to look at it with the due reflection and concern. Sometimes I like to go back to Olof Palme. We don't want to kill the rich. We want to end up with poverty, and that's an important statement that it is still valid today. But more important, I would say that being able to offer a national health system, even to the ones who are not legal immigrants, for example, during COVID, is an important thing. Everyone was vaccinated. Everyone was equally attended in the hospital despite the difficulties, and also offering education, social secure support. Everything is very important in order to make children grow stronger and feeling that they belong, that they mean, that they form part, that they are citizens. And I don't know if I'm speaking for myself right now or if I'm also looking around me, but I think I'm also looking around me and at the place where I live. Thank you very much.
You touched on a very important point, Professor Sophia, in terms of having that sense of belonging. And that's the main important thing for inclusivity, for people to feel as if they have a sense of belonging in a given space. And in as much as a space may be healthy and safe in most instances, or the challenges that we experience in cities might deteriorate and better outcomes arise. But it's so important for people to get the overall sense of belonging and feel as if they are important in any given space. And it's optimistic I won't lie to have that in every city, but one can only hope that despite being a tourist or despite being an immigrant or whatever the case may be, everyone gets that sense of belonging whenever they visit or are in a particular space, to encourage cities to give people that sense that they're also a part of. Because if you are in a community, be it for research or for a short period for leisure or whatever, you want to get that sense of belonging. And when you're engaging with people, obviously from Professor Catherine's experience, you get the sense that people want to engage, and it's so easy for them to also participate in the studies that they actively do with a group of researchers, because they get the sense of belonging, like their voices are heard. And that's the most important thing that I've gathered amongst the several points that were made in this webinar. And I'd like to extend my utmost gratitude for all of our speakers just engaging with us and empowering us with knowledge and different strategies that have been employed, because so often at times within the planning fraternity and in other disciplines as well, the core focus is often on the problem, but we rarely ever look at potentially the solutions to the problems that are often faced. So it's important to engage, like Manfred mentioned, that it's important to engage, hold conferences, and just share knowledge so that we can empower each other to become even greater at what we do. And we'll be able to create a platform that where more and more people want to actively be involved in the processes that we do, and in finding what is their actual role, and get that overall sense of belonging.
Well, I don't know what else can I say, but to thank everyone. But it's not my place to close the session. I don't know if I can still answer any question or assist you, whatever.
If there are any further questions, we still have a couple of moments before the session will end. So if anyone has any questions, they're more than welcome to unmute themselves and just ask any relevant questions to any of our facilitators or any of the speakers that we've had today.
Can I suggest one thing? Why don't we turn on our cameras so that we can see one another at the same time?
I think it's a good idea. Sophia, we can turn on our cameras so everyone can wave at each other before the end of the day, because it is so difficult these days with just speaking to a screen, isn't it?
Yes, it's difficult. It's much nicer like this.
It's been a long day and many discussions.
Hi, Subes.
Kathy, those of us who deal with students, our students normally log on and disappear. So this is a way of checking whether we were really listening.
I still have my students after this session, so we are in a different time zone. So I'm about to leave to my own students.
Sure, you're going to have a long day, Sophia. Oh, well, it's been lovely to see everyone. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
To the organizers, yeah.
Yes,
thanks
to everyone. To everyone. Priscilla, Anel, Solisha, and obviously my fellow, Catherine Breach, Manfred.
Yeah, thank you. Bye, everyone.
Thank you so much. Bye.
See you all again. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Extremely interesting.
Yes. Bye.
Extremely inspiring. Thank you.
Thank you,
Bye.
colleagues. All the best.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye.